game time. It's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
Get ready for Thursday Night Football. We got a 2-hour preview for a Tuesday edition of The Huddle, given that the Seahawks are hosting the Rams on Thursday night. Paul Moyer is in for Michael Bumpus. Wyman and Paul are going to guide us through, again, a 2-hour preview that starts at noon. Paul's also going to have interviews with A.J. Barner and rookie Rylie Mills, the latter of whom we haven't heard from a ton. So that's really awesome. Again, those start at noon. Before we get to any of that, Curtis, in addition to getting to some Mariners stuff, a possible trade on the horizon, we need to talk about a preview of our own because the Seahawks need their offense to bounce back on Thursday in the worst way. Curtis, also in for Michael Bumpus today.
Hi.
What's your confidence level heading into Thursday night?
My confidence level right now, I would say, is probably 5.5, 6-ish. It's
Out of 10.
Out of 10, yes.
Out of 10.
Out of 10.
You never know.
Right.
You know, some people have different scales.
Exactly. And I would say coming out of that Rams loss, like in the immediate aftermath of it, I would have said probably like an 8 or a 9. Like, it was sky high because it was like, oh, we just held the consensus best team in the league to their worst offensive performance. And all of a sudden now, like, all that we looked at in that Rams game afterwards was the turnovers. And it's like, oh, if you get that fixed, you're going to be golden. Like, the Seahawks are going to run through the Rams in Week 16. No worries at all about that. The Seahawks are in control of their own destiny. And, I mean, they still are in control of their own destiny. You went out, you win the division, you're probably going to get home field advantage throughout the playoffs.
And the number one seed.
Exactly. But the problem right now, Stacy, is that the Seahawks offense in the games since that Rams game just has not been clean. It has not looked fun out there when the offense has had the ball, especially in the first half of games. And I wish that they could play a clean 4 quarters, which we haven't seen since before that Rams game. But right now, Stacy, my confidence not nearly as high as it was following that initial Rams loss. Where are you at?
I wouldn't say mine is a 5, though heading into that game, I remember that one of the arguments, the debates that Bump and I were having was who we would have as kind of the best team in the NFC. And I said, look, the Rams and Seahawks are neck and neck in almost every single category. Rushing yards per game, passing yards per game, points per game. Defensively, there was a gap where Seattle was a little bit ahead, but the Rams were still right there behind them. You could not find really an area outside of turnovers. Matthew Stafford at the time, I think, only had 2 still. You could not find an area where the Rams were drastically outpacing Seattle or vice versa. And I said, look, I think that people are at this point giving it to the Rams because we've seen it before with Matthew Stafford, because Matthew Stafford hasn't thrown as many interceptions, because he's won a Super Bowl, because Sean McVay has won a Super Bowl, and we've seen this team do it. But if you ripped off the name for Sam Darnold, people would look at the Seahawks and say the same. Now, that's how I felt heading into that matchup. I didn't change my opinion about Sam Darnold leaving it. What has changed my opinion, like you said, are the last 5 games. They went from being first in the league in first half points scored to like 20th. They're averaging 8 in the first half. Consider that they were previously averaging more than 2 touchdowns. They were averaging 17 points in the first half. Now they're averaging 8.
Yeah, it's felt very, and I made the comparison kind of as a joke on Twitter after the game on Sunday, but it felt very Pete Carroll Seahawks-ish, where like Pete's teams would just
a win you don't feel great about.
Right, where they would spend like the majority of the game just kind of like plotting out, like, you know, maybe here is where the offense is going to explode. Maybe here is where the offense is going to put up some points. And like the best the offense looked on Sunday was in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
It was when they absolutely had to have points, whether it be a field goal or a touchdown. They never got a touchdown on Sunday. But it just felt like one of those games where like, you're just kind of gritting your teeth throughout, and it's been a long time since we have had a game like that where the Seahawks ultimately come away with the victory, but it was a victory where it's like, man, I don't feel great
Now,
about it. I don't feel
Curtis,
amazing.
The fact that it's been a while since we've had a game like that also speaks to why this year's Seahawks team is different. This is one of the better, certainly more consistent Seahawks teams I've covered. I mentioned days ago, this was after watching the Bucks and Falcons in prime time, that I could give the Seahawks credit for being pretty consistent. They've been about the same team since week 2. Didn't have really a lot of play action in week 1. JSN went off, but it wasn't their best showing. And then they kicked it into high gear, and certainly beginning with 2, 3, 4 against the Saints, losing in week 5 against the Bucks, but the offense takes off for 35 points. They've kind of been the same team. The defense has been consistently great. The offense has been consistently good, and JSN has been obviously stellar. However, the reason I'm above a 5, or that I'm still optimistic heading into this one, is the defense. So again, I mentioned that the Rams currently number 2 in passing yards per game, number 2 in points per game, number 8 in rushing yards. Seattle's 22nd, number 1 in red zone scoring attempts per game, and number 2 in scoring margin. This is where it kind of starts to flip. The Seahawks are number 1 in scoring margin because of that defense. The Rams are 13 in opponent yards per game. Oh, well, the Seahawks are 4th. The Rams are 13 in opponent first downs per game. Oh, Seattle's defense is 5th. The Rams are number 9 against the run. Seattle's number 3. You kind of have the inverse of that being true, where the Rams defense is good. And they have playmakers, right? Just like JSN is going to give opposing defensive backs headaches. Well, so too are Jared Verse and Murphy and the guys that they have, some playmakers on their defense. But they're not really the electric part of that team. It's Matthew Stafford in the offense, and it's Sean McVay's system. Conversely, Mike McDonald's defense is incredible, and their defense is better than the Rams. Not by a ton, but nor do I think are the Rams' offense dramatically better as a unit than Seattle's. Seattle's just has 4 or 5 weeks of not being great.
I do think it's interesting how you and I both have a confidence level that is above 5. Now, I would say 5 kind of being the point of like, I think they can still win.
Yeah.
Anything less than 5 being,
You're expecting
I
a
don't
loss.
think they're going to win. I think they're going to lose, which I think does go to show how good this Seahawks team has been this year, because every single game, no matter the opponent, you think they have a shot at winning. I think they have a shot at winning. We all think they have a shot at winning on Thursday. Like, I don't think anybody's going into this game particularly scared of the Rams. Like, I know like there's the chance of a loss. Like, I'm not discounting the Rams by any stretch of the imagination, but like, the Seahawks there is a very real possibility the Seahawks are coming away from Thursday night's game with a victory and first place in the NFC West and in control of their own destiny. And even at their very worst played game last week, Stacy, they still came away with a victory. So, like, even when the Seahawks have not been at their best, they still have been able to win games this year. And I think even though they have not looked like what I think we saw was their peak earlier this season when they were, drubbing teams by like 30 points, I kind of look at like the Commanders game as kind of like the biggest exclamation point so far of this Seahawks team, where it was just over by the opening kickoff. Like, that game was completely in control by the Seahawks. And every subsequent game since then, it's kind of like, well, I mean, we saw how good they looked against the Commanders. Why can't they just do that every single week? But I think the Seahawks on Thursday night, even with things being what they are with the offense, they still have a very real shot at getting to getting the victory here. I mean, look, we've talked about it a lot, not just this week, but weeks past, but the first half offense. Mike McDonald asked about that yesterday in his Monday press conference, saying, maybe we do have to kind of reevaluate things.
This is one of those, like, results versus process thing. Yeah, we're not getting the results we want. Okay, can't just say let's start better. Let's go back to see, how we're doing our openers, how much we're carrying, what we feel like the guys can execute at a high level. How do we diagnose what their game plan is as soon as we possibly can? I mean, there's a lot of things going on there, and that's on the table right now. We're working through it, just like any other thing that's happened that is kind of falling short to the standard that we want to achieve, and we're working through it. So, but I think there's some things on the process end that will yield better results.
I like hearing that from him, because oftentimes when Pete Carroll was here, it felt like he was just so set in his ways, so set in his plans that this late into the season, I don't think he was ever considering, kind of going back to the drawing board on things. Whereas McDonald, in that clip we just heard, I mean, he is willing to go reevaluate his process, and I think that's a really big sign of growth, especially in a young head coach, a new head coach, where it's like, yeah, maybe this isn't working. It worked for 10, 12 weeks, whatever, but for whatever reason, it has not worked for the last month or so.
I'd be curious to know what does get reevaluated or changed heading into this one. You don't want to fundamentally change who you are.
Right.
We're going to talk with Rob Staton about the passing offense for this team, which has been hit a bit. It was the strength of the team and has not been quite as much. Still the strength of the offense. It's not like the run game is taken off at the expense of the pass, but they just haven't been quite as lethal there. I'm wondering what kind of changes might be made there to help that. Because that, to me, is your best bet. Your best bet to beat the Rams is your defense does exactly what they keep doing. And that Sam Darnold not only not turn the ball over, right? Like that. You cannot have 4 interceptions in this game. But that you just find a way to have more of that killer instinct there. Again, really excited to talk to Rob about this, who's been watching this closely. But that's been lacking over the last 5 games. And even though JSN's still getting his yards, he had over 100 in this one. Does it feel in any way like this offense is explosive? No, it doesn't. I don't know what kind of opportunities are there against the Rams, but that to me is the only way you get this done.
Yeah, you cannot give the Rams good field position. You can't give them extra possessions because that was the recipe for disaster when you played them last. And even with that working against you, there was still an opportunity for the Seahawks to still win that ball game. But yeah, you cannot give this Rams offense any extra chances. Will Matthew Stafford have a stinker of a game like he had against this Seahawks defense the first time around?
Yes.
I hope so. I really hope so. Like, that would be amazing. That would be a huge feather in the cap for this Seahawks defense, being like, we slowed down the consensus MVP for this season twice.
I mean, look, it's the best defense he's going to face since the last time he faced this defense. And I mean no disrespect to other defenses, but it is.
I mean disrespect to other defenses.
I do mean disrespect to other defenses.
Trash.
I mean,
they're garbage.
Seattle will be one of the best defenses he faces all year long. So the Rams are probably confident. I was listening to a Rams podcast this morning. I'm not going to say the name of it because I'm mad at them. Ooh. And in that podcast, they were basically like, if you play your game, the Seahawks are no problem. We've beat Darnold before. It's not intimidating to us. We're really worried about the Eagles. They have so much talent. That's how at least that pool of Rams fans were seeing this game. We're seeing the NFC. They're seeing it as like, so glad Patrick Mahomes and some of the big teams in the AFC are hurting right now because this is like a clear shot to the Super Bowl. This should be a win for the Rams. Well, Sam Darnold, you got to change that narrative, man. I don't know what to tell you. Like, if the first thing Rams fans are pointing to as to why they feel confident about Thursday night is Sam needs to have his very, very best game.
I just want to know who is a Rams podcast talking to? They don't have a fan base. Like, you're kind of talking to the air.
They have a fan base.
You're just talking to a brick wall.
That's not true.
It's like you're talking to you're doing this for yourself. Like, you're just doing it for you and your buddies.
Exactly. I don't know. I think, but that being said, I turned to Matthew Stafford, went into a Sam Darnold conversation. So shame on me. Getting back to Matthew Stafford, he's playing like an MVP. He probably will be the MVP. TBD what happens with Drake May, who's obviously another front runner there. But this is, I wonder if Rams fans are looking past the difficult challenge that lies ahead with this defense against Matthew Stafford in the offense, simply because they've kind of got a bullseye on Sam Darnold.
Yeah, I would hope that there are going to be opportunities for the Seahawks offense against the Rams defense. And look, I mean, it's a quick week, so maybe the Rams just won't have enough time to kind of install their defense against this Seahawks offense. I mean, Thursday night games are weird. Thursday night games are a lot different than Sunday games in terms of, just the quality of play that we see. I will be interested to see just kind of what that impact will have on the game 48 hours from now. I mean, we're at the midway point of our week right now, and it's only Tuesday, Stacy, and like we heard from Mike McDonald yesterday say, yeah, we're probably just going to do walkthroughs every day. We're not actually going to like practice or anything. So both teams in a weird spot, just trying to figure out how they can game plan for one another on such a short week. But yeah, it's going to come down to the Seahawks offense against that Rams defense, just like it did in back, a month or so ago. I have confidence that the Seahawks can actually get the job done. Will it be, a 40-point effort from Seattle's offense? Probably not, because the Rams defense is at least a little bit more respectable than that. But it's at home. It feels like the home field advantage is back in a way that it hasn't been in a long time. Definitely, not last year or any year before that, but I'm talking maybe like pre-COVID, really, in terms of like home field advantage here in Seattle. It's been a long time since this place has been jumping, and I think Thursday night it's going to be it's going to be more than that. And look, Rams are a dome team. Yeah, have you seen the weather? It's disgusting out there.
I can't wait to just keep saying
brutal.
that. They're a dome team.
Yeah, they're a dome team. They're soft. They can't handle it.
They're not ready for it.
No.
Getting to Mariners in less than 15 minutes right now. Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number 1, the Steelers put an end to the Dolphins season with a 28-15 victory on Monday Night Football. What's the real headline?
I consider that a mercy killing. The
Steelers were the bottle cap to the Dolphins blowhole that they always tell you to throw away because it might get stuck in the Dolphins blowhole.
Exactly what it was. They were the soda can wrapper
plastic,
things to
the
ducks.
six-pack,
Like
yeah.
it was time. You know what I mean? To put the Dolphins out of their misery. This season has been over since we started hearing about players only meetings in week 2 or 3. Like, it's been done.
The Steelers were Garbage Island, and the Dolphins were the Dolphins, just encroaching
sad about
on their
wildlife
habitat.
now. I don't like
Sorry
our,
for the
I don't
visuals,
like
everybody.
our suffocating wildlife metaphors.
Nah, the Dolphins, it was funny. It's funny, though, because the Dolphins had actually been on a nice little run before this Monday night game, but the Steelers quickly put an end to that. And I honestly, I don't see Mike McDonald returning Mike McDaniel returning next year. I wonder if Tua is going to be Miami's starting quarterback next year. It just kind of felt like this was a ripping of the Band-Aid, putting an end to the Dolphin season. They can kind of figure out what it is, what direction they want to go, because that was one of the most dysfunctional locker rooms to start the season. Everything kind of quieted down a little bit, but yeah, that Dolphins team, they're going nowhere.
I'm not really sure where they go from here. Like, the Chiefs have a ton of question marks, and it'll be interesting to follow, but they have their biggest one answered, which is Patrick Mahomes is your quarterback. Is Andy Reid part of that story in the second half of, I'm sure they're hoping their dynasty continuing? Maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. But getting that quarterback is the biggest and most obvious answer. The Dolphins have some young, exciting talent, but also a ton of question marks, including a quarterback. I just don't know what happens for them.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, Mike McDonald says it's possible Charles Cross plays on Thursday night. What's the real headline?
I think a win is more possible if Charles Cross plays on Thursday night.
Gonna need that, especially with the Rams pass rush, especially how they got after Darnold earlier this season. You're gonna need your offensive line at full health because there's pass rushers everywhere you look on that Rams defensive side of the ball. Charles Cross, do whatever you can, get all the treatment you can this week, because we're going to need you out there on Thursday.
Next up.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 3, the Rams have not ruled out Devonta Adams for Thursday night, and he will be given every chance to play right up to the game time. What's the real headline?
I'd rather they would.
Yeah, rule him out, please.
Please rule him out.
I don't need to see Devontae Adams on the field on Thursday night. Although we barely saw him on the field when these teams played first. I think he had 1 reception that game. It was for a touchdown, yeah, but I think you need to have him out for the Seahawks team to have an even better chance on Thursday night. Yeah, slow Matthew Stafford down, slow Puka Nacua down. You don't need Devontae Adams out there. It's interesting, Stacy, because this offseason a lot was made of how much does Devontae Adams have left in his tank, and while the yardage hasn't really been there, dude's maybe the best goal line threat in terms of receiver in the entire league. So get him out of there, and you've got an even better shot.
I had his red zone target written down, but I can't find out where I put it. He's got like a 65% share of all red zone targets from the Rams, those 12 touchdowns. I really hope he's not part of this game plan. Do you think a short week favors offense over defense?
Maybe. I think so.
Because I think it does a little bit, and I'd like for the Rams to have fewer weapons on offense.
Yeah.
Because this is a healthier Seahawks defense facing them this time around, which is impressive since the last time the Seahawks defense faced Matthew Stafford, it was his worst game of the entire season. So this defense is, I don't want to say even better, but they're certainly healthier and still very, very elite. So I'd like for the Rams to have fewer weapons this time around. That is pretty solid. Why don't you rest Devontae?
Right.
Sean?
It is weird looking at some of the Thursday night scores this year, just kind of running through them here. There was obviously that horrible Broncos-Raiders game that was 10-7, but for the most part, these games have been pretty high scoring this year. There've just been a couple of games where not a whole lot of offense, but you're routinely seeing teams score in the high 20s, low 30s. There was that Bengals-Steelers game in October that was 33-31. Chargers put up 37. Ravens had a 28-point game on Thursday Night Football. So there are going to be opportunities, I think, for offense. I just kind of wonder, will the weather have any impact on this game? If it does, then you're probably looking at the run games, maybe factoring in a little bit more. How does Sam Darnold and Matthew Stafford play with wet footballs? Mm-hmm. But yeah, I think there's going to be opportunity for offense to put up numbers because I'm just going through all these Thursday Night Football scores this year, and we're not seeing those ugly 6-3 games that we saw last year.
To turn around that quickly, especially, you're a hard-hitting physical defense. Do I think the Seahawks defense can do it? Yes, I do. Do I think the Seahawks defense will give Matthew Stafford headaches? I do. But I think that the fewer advantages that Rams offense has, the better. Yeah. Obviously. Jerry Dipoto said something a week ago that has us wondering whether plans fell through or whether a big move is right around the corner.
The Mike McDonald Show, the morning after every Seahawks game at 9:30 with Brock and Salk.
You called yesterday a great win and what great teams do. What does that mean?
Great teams win games. It's the NFL. Games unfold certain ways. Sometimes it doesn't go the way you want. You got to work with it, It's like it is what it is. And then you got to go find solutions and solve problems and move forward and keep playing and try to figure out ways to win. And our guys did that.
Get the podcast on the Seattle Sports app.
Stormy weather is here. How's your roof holding up? Give Techline Roofing a call. With the strongest warranty in the business, Techline has you covered. That's Tekline. Roofing.com. Trust Techline.
Sometimes we hang on to our old attorneys and coaches too long. They've been around, they've done good work. But when the legal game changes, you need a team that is hungry to win now. At Bible Law Group, we're that faster, hard-hitting legal team, ready to fight for every inch in the courtroom. With over 40 million closed for our clients, we know how to win, and we're ready to take on the biggest legal case of your career with you. Don't stick with a playbook that's gone stale. Switch to the legal team that's ready to win now. Let Bible Law Group be your linebacker in the courtroom. Find us online at BibleLawGroup.com.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We'll help you find last-minute gifts that don't look last-minute, even if you're still planning to propose. At Shane Company, we'll show you perfect gifts at perfect prices, in stock and ready to give. Like hand-matched diamond studs, 14-karat gold chains, or the ultimate gift, a beautiful engagement ring. We have longer store hours, so you can skip the crowds and shop when you want, or visit us at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
When my windshield cracked, I called All Star Auto Glass. All Star's money stays in the Northwest, Safelite sends money to shareholders in Europe. All-Star supports the local economy. If this happens to you, call All-Star Auto Glass.
I saw her texting coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
When you're at home and next to your windows, do you notice cold air or a draft when the wind blows? How about moisture or leaking during a rainstorm? Dave Wyman here, and after 20 years in our home, our window seals started breaking. A failed window can do major damage to your home, and the older the window, the more likely it is to fail. That's why right now is an excellent time to have Harley Exteriors come by for a no-charge consultation. That's exactly what I had done over the summer, and not only were they extremely knowledgeable about all things windows, I found them to be polite, professional, and respectful. In other words, people you want to do business with. Harley Exteriors has a special offer for Seattle sports fans. Buy 3 windows, get 1 free. No payments or interest until 2027. And take an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today. They'll give you an honest assessment and quote. Go to harleyexteriors.com.
This is the home of the Seahawks.
Going to let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN.
Seattle Sports.
Hey, Mike Salk here for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, and obviously New Year's is coming up. Can you believe it? Book your stay at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel for an evening of elegance at a night at the Grand Ball. This New Year's Eve celebration includes the legendary DJ Super Sam. And sports fans, you got to check out the Hawks Peak, your home for game days with great food and drinks, more than 60 TVs, so you won't miss a play, and a heated, covered outdoor deck with those great views of the Snoqualmie Valley. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at People Come First or PCF Construction Group. Are you tired of just grilling in the cold and rain every winter in the Northwest? Well, with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the wintry months. And I've got a special offer for you right now. Take advantage of off-season savings through December and get up to 20% off your entire project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. Most people don't consider building a deck in winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, then contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming, designing, and approving your project so you're ready to build by the spring. Remember, planning and permits take time, so get started right now. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or call 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, pcfgroup.com.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Curtis Rogers in for Michael Bumpus. And Curtis, you were remembering something Jerry Dipoto said exactly a week ago?
Yeah. You know, I'm not trying to give Jerry a hard time here, but when I say I'm going to do something, I do it. And when you say you're going to do something, you do it.
Brenna will not let you hear the end of it.
Right, exactly.
If you don't.
Now,
Jerry, you learn those lessons.
Jerry last week was on MLB Network and said that by the end of the week, He was hoping that they could add an infield bat.
You know, we're still engaged in the free agent market. I would venture to guess either via free agency or trade, we will add one more bat, hopefully within the next 7 days, because I am Jones.
There you go. So, Stacy, let's do some math here.
Okay.
Today is December 16th.
Oh, Curtis, this isn't my strong suit.
Jerry Dipoto said those words on December 9th. How many days are in a week?
I'm going to say 7?
Yes.
7.
It has been a week since Jerry Dipoto said those words, and the Mariners infield looks the same as it did on December 9th as it does December 16th.
Okay, let's talk about what might be happening here.
Okay.
Number one, if one of their priorities was Jorge Polanco, and if we knew that signing with Seattle was Jorge Polanco's favored move in the offseason, it could have been that Jerry Dipoto and the Mariners just assumed that a deal with Jorge Polanco would get done. They wanted to add an infielder that week. He wanted to sign with a team that week. That could be one option.
Yes. I think that could very much be an option. There's also, I think they were obviously waiting on Polanco to make a decision. And we had heard from, Jesse Rogers, that he said Polanco was going to sign by the end of the winter meetings, which is pretty much exactly what happened. That Polanco not being a Mariner throws a wrench into your plans, obviously, for 2026. I think they were kind of banking on him returning. But now it kind of forces you to have to make a trade because there just isn't the talent available to the Mariners right now that I think is in their price range. So then where do you go? Do you go with Ketel Marte, who I think is the most talented potential second base option they could go for? But obviously it's going to cost you a lot more to get him than, say, a Brendan Donovan, who it sounds like still might end up costing the Mariners quite a bit, or like a Brandon Lau from Tampa Bay, somebody like that. If it's one of those three, Stacy, I think Ketel Marte is the one that I would be most excited to see, even if it means giving up somebody from the top of your farm system. Why? Because I think he gets you closer to a World Series than either Donovan or Lau. And that is the expectation for this Mariners team heading into 2026, is to get to the World Series. You were 8 outs away from getting to a World Series last year. What are you doing to get you there? Because a World Series is really the only way you can say this Mariners team will improve upon what they did in 2025.
Mm-hmm. I was listening to Foul Territory, and Jim Bowden was on talking about just some hot stove discussion, what he was hearing. He said the Mariners are a front runner for landing Donovan. He expects that to be maybe the next big move that's made. Is there a chance that they're now prioritizing something like that over Marte?
I think price range and also that there is multiple years of club control left for Donovan makes him very appealing to the Mariners front office. And also he's got some positional flexibility. He can play the infield. He can play a little bit of outfield as well. I just don't think Donovan brings in a superstar level punch to this lineup that they're going to need to replace, because it's not just you're trying to replace Jorge Polanco, but you're also trying to replace the offense left by a potential Gino Suarez departure.
Yeah.
You're going to have to replace the offense from Cal Raleigh regression, because
I think people are overlooking that a bit. I think that we're thinking of the lasting image of this team is there was, in theory, enough power. Julio had a solo shot in Game 7, or a 2-run shot in Game 7. I can't remember. Cal had a solo shot in Game 7. And the lasting memory people have is, oh, my God, you're in the back half of your lineup, 7, 8, 9, and you can't get much of anything going. And, oh, my God, the Blue Jays got so much from that part of their lineup. And that's kind of, I think, people entered the offseason going, that's where you need to add. Donovan brings contact. He can get on base. But to your point, you aren't rolling back the exact same team and exact same production and then adding contact to that. You need to fill in power and star power.
Yeah.
Because you're going to be missing that. Even if you don't think you are, even if that's not the lasting image you have of that team, you're going to be missing it.
It reminds me a lot of, 2 off seasons ago, where they traded Gino to the Diamondbacks and then let Teoscar Hernandez walk in free agency, where those two guys accounted for, I want to say, close to like 60 home runs that year. Mm-hmm. And then they didn't backfill that. They went and got, Luis Arias, was that his name?
Oh, that did not work out.
That didn't work out at all. That was pretty brutal. And then they got, I think, was it AJ Pollock or somebody to maybe
he
replace?
Had an early home run.
He did, yeah.
There was an early season where you were like, he's taking off.
It was against the A's, where he hit it like the ninth inning. It was like, oh man, what a steal. Boy, that was a brutal signing. But you've got to be able to account for the offense that you're going to lose, because it's not just Polanco leaving, which is 20-something home runs and an OPS above 800, but it's guys that are on your roster that, may not do it again. Like Julio is hard to predict year in and year out. Like, when he doesn't hit for the first 3 months of the season, like how are you going to be able to generate offense there? So I don't know if Donovan would bring enough punch to the lineup, especially a lineup that is going to be needing a little bit more in terms of power in what they are able to get here over the final couple of months of the offseason.
It's clear they want an infielder. You literally just played a cut of Jerry Dipoto saying that's their goal, and as of 7 days ago that we hope to do that in the next week.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't end up happening, but he's stated very clearly that that's something that they want to do soon. How did you feel yesterday hearing Shannon Dreyer on with us saying that there's a chance that they look to kind of a youth movement there and then supplement that with veteran help? In a dream world, that veteran help ends up being one of those acquisitions, but there's a possibility it's a name that doesn't get people excited, and then you kind of, maybe platoon isn't the exact word, but...
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see just what they do with Cole Young this year. I think he is going to have a better year in 26 than he did at 25, just because, you know what you're going into. It's nothing's new to you now. You've had a year of big league experience, and I think that's going to help him ultimately. And also, he seems like a guy that just has a very kind of like flat pulse. Like it just kind of stays the same. It doesn't look like much bothers him. So I think that works for Cole Young. And I mean, look, he showed at one point, I think he had the longest home run hit by a Mariner this season. It was like 470 something feet.
Yeah, take that, Cal.
Yeah, exactly. Little Cole Young with the biggest home run the Mariners hit this year. Do I trust him over the course of 162? Maybe not so much. I think maybe it's a situation like it was this last year at third base, where you had Ben Williamson holding down the fort for a couple of months until Gino Suarez came back. I don't know about you, Stacy, but I would just love to have this Mariners lineup figured out going into the season, rather than playing a couple of months where there's obvious holes. And I will say, though, they do have a much better track record at the deadline at acquiring talent than they do.
Well, I think that's what they're leaning to now. Like, it's almost like, and I don't begrudge them for it. And I'm happy that there's one solution they have, which is they are willing to be aggressive at the deadline. Yeah. However, to your point, when you miss out on a couple months of production that you could think of the months of production you could have gotten from Josh Naylor and Gino Suarez if they were both here with you. Yeah. Maybe Gino hits better in Arizona no matter what. But, like, I appreciate the idea of going forward at the deadline, and they've been so successful with those trades. I wish that a complementary piece to that was being willing to be a tad more aggressive in winter, so that you got a good first couple months of the season from those pieces. And maybe they don't work out, and that's part of why they're probably comfortable at the deadline, is they know whether or not they're in it, and they know whether or not other players are going to work here.
It kind of leads to a bigger conversation, because like Shannon Dreyer and I were having this conversation off the air yesterday of like, because I made mention that not only do the Mariners kind of build out their roster via the trade deadline, but like the Seahawks in-season acquisitions have been amazing as well.
They nailed it.
And it's like, is there something to be said about in-season acquisitions
for sure
better than off-season acquisitions? And I think being able to see results and being able to see like who that player is at that moment in time, rather than kind of off-season moves are mostly projections. It's like, I think this guy is going to be good, rather than I know this guy is good. I know this guy is playing well. Maybe that has something to do with the success rate of both teams in their midseason acquisitions, because it's been a while since the Mariners have had a midseason trade blow up on them, and same with the Seahawks. So, it is a nice avenue to have. I I just hate sweating it out this time of year, Stacy, because it's like you see other teams make moves. It's like, well, why couldn't we do that? Why couldn't we do that?
Coming up in an hour, one of the wildest takes you're going to hear today, and a big shout out to Washington men's soccer. Rob Staton joins us at 11 to talk Seahawks. Hype Train coming your way next.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
Jaron Reed is with us. At this point of your career, when you've got a quick turnaround like this, Sunday game, now you guys are playing Thursday night. What have you done differently now to get prepped?
You just, move everything up. If you were to do anything later on in the week, you just move it up. And you have to be on it, and sleep as well. Between body preparation and sleep is the main thing going into the Thursday game.
Only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Sniffles and sneezes got you down? GoodRx is here to help with big savings on commonly prescribed cold and flu meds. GoodRx is free and easy to use. GoodRx is accepted at all major pharmacies like CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens. Just search your prescription, find a coupon, then show your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx is not insurance, but it works whether you have insurance or not. If you do, GoodRx may beat your copay price. Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com to save today.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here for Mint Mobile. One of the perks about having 4 kids that you know about is actually getting a direct line to the big man up north. And this year, he wants you to know the best gift that you can give someone is the gift of Mint Mobile's unlimited wireless for $15 a month. Now, you don't even need to wrap it.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Guys, leave weight gain, low T, and ED in 2025. For a limited time, Revive Men's Health Washington is offering free full diagnostic panels, a $400 value. It checks testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. Plus, qualified patients get up to 25% off select treatments now through year end. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com today.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III!
Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
Dave Wyman joined by Dr. Daniel Landis. He's on the Swedish CyberKnife team treating prostate cancer. Dr. Landis, how do patients feel about their experience?
Patients overall tell me that their experience was really amazing. They had minimal disruption of their lives. They didn't have to take time off work. And they tell me it's like Star Trek, where you push a button and the cancer can go away.
If you're diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknife prostate.
Styles change. 12s grow. But Seahawks love? That's forever. From the young fans in their fresh new jerseys to the lifelong 12s in their throwback jackets. At the Pro Shop, we've got gear for 12s of every age and every walk of life. This is the Pro Shop. Shop official Seahawks gear in-store at Lumen Field and the Landing in Renton, or online at Seahawks.com/Pro Shop.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up in less than 15 minutes, Seahawks Draft Blog's Rob Staton looks back at the Colts and helps us preview Thursday Night Football. Before we get to it, let's head to the station for Hype Train. First one into the station concerns the Mariners. We talked about them adding an infielder over the last week. They didn't end up doing it, but will they soon? Curtis, your first Hype Train. The Mariners trade for Brendan Donovan.
I would love to see Ketel Marte back in a Mariners uniform. Won't have to do any Photoshops for that. But it feels like Brendan Donovan is maybe more to the Mariners' liking simply from a cost perspective and also a positional flexibility perspective. So I think they do trade for Brendan Donovan. I'm boarding that train. I just don't think it's the best move out there for them.
I agree with you in that I would love to see Marte, and I'd love to just see some bolder, splashier moves in general. However, I'm boarding this train. And I'm boarding this train because Jim Bowden, who's well-connected, who knows Dipoto, who is typically right about a lot of his predictions for Seattle, including last year saying that Julio would be kind of the story of the second half and not Cal. Not that Cal wasn't the story, but that Julio was certainly heating up and became the hotter of the two players. He thinks that Brendan Donovan and the Mariners is something that's on the horizon, and that the Mariners and Giants are the two teams that were most interested. He thinks Seattle is probably the one that gets it done. I'm a big, where there's smoke, there's fire when it comes to certain reporters, right? You hear Mike Garafolo talking about something and you go, whoop, are the Seahawks going to do something? He knows John Schneider. So yeah, I'm going to say yes that he get it done. Next Hype Train in. The Broncos are the most dangerous team in the AFC. Now, this sounds like a cop-out because they have the best record, but I think there was a lot of non-believers out there. And then he threw for 4 touchdowns against the Packers. Maybe they are hotter than the Patriots. Maybe they're hotter than the Bills and Josh Allen.
I will say their defense, their defense is scary. Their defense is really good. Obviously, Nick Bonito leading that pass rush. They've got playmakers all over that side of the ball. Talanoa Hufanga has been a great addition for them on the defensive side. Riley Moss holding it down for our delegation in the secondary.
He sure did.
But are they the biggest threat in the AFC, the most dangerous team in the AFC? I'm not boarding this train. And the reason I say that is because the Bills coming from behind on Sunday in a hostile environment against a red-hot Patriots team. Josh Allen showing Drake May who's got top bunk. I still think the Bills, even as a likely wild card team, I think right now, I mean, you look at the quarterback talent of the teams atop the AFC, none of them are as good as Josh Allen. So
That's true.
I think this time of year, it's going to come down to who's the best quarterback standing. I think Buffalo at 10-4, and they're just a game behind New England now. They showed that they are for real on Sunday. So that's why I'm not boarding this train. And also, I just don't like the Broncos. Gross.
That's fair. I typically don't. I'm going to board this train, not because I like the Broncos, but because I do think they're the most dangerous team in the AFC. A couple weeks ago, I probably would have said Houston. I think the Jags are kind of making their case, not as the most dangerous team, but as a really interesting team and a hot team in the AFC. I mentioned the Texans already, but they've won 6 in a row, which is really impressive. But I got to give it to the Broncos. Now, their best record is not what's doing it, nor do I think that they have the best quarterback. I think you're absolutely right, and that Josh Allen is the best quarterback still standing in the AFC that's at least part of a contending team. I know the Ravens are still in it, but they're 7-7. The Bills have the best run game in the league, much less in the AFC. But I don't believe it, or not believe in. I don't trust their defense. I don't trust their defense in the playoffs, whereas I absolutely trust the Broncos defense. They are electric. They are elite. And when Bo is not throwing the game away, I think they are a pretty elite team. So yes, the Broncos are the most dangerous team in the AFC. Next up, speaking of the AFC, let's go to one of those teams I just talked about, the Jags. Trevor Lawrence had 6 combined touchdowns, 1 rushing, 5 passing in their win. The Jags are a serious Super Bowl threat.
Boy, that sounds weird to say. That sounds very weird to say.
I know.
But they're rolling right now. They are blowing out teams every single week for the better part of a month here. And their offense is absolutely rolling, but they've got a huge test on Sunday at Denver. That's going to be one of the best games of the afternoon time slot. And we'll get to watch all the games on Sunday. We don't have to watch
It's going to be nice.
just the Seahawks. Yeah, we can channel
I'm going to have a big red zone day. I'm gonna make a
You
pizza.
deserve that, Stacy. You have yourself a big red zone day. I think the Jags are a serious Super Bowl threat, which is crazy to say.
Wow.
Yeah, we're boarding
Curtis.
that train. Liam Cohen, Duval. Yeah, I think the Jags can absolutely make their way through a wide open AFC right now.
Man, the Jags are top 5 in takeaways. They are not top 5 in much of anything offensively, but they're also not bad at anything. So, no, I can't do it. I can't.
No?
I really tried. No, I don't. Nope. No. I think that the Jags.
You wanted to.
I wanted to. I really wanted to, but no, I can't. And maybe I'll be wrong, but that's kind of the point of a sports radio, is making having an opinion and probably being wrong. Right. I do not see them as a serious Super Bowl threat. I think they're fun. I look at them like fast fashion a little bit. No offense to Jags fans who aren't listening.
Wow.
I where it's like Forever 21 doesn't exist anymore, but it would be like, okay, I'm gonna spend $45 and get this ridiculous looking faux fur like cardigan thing that's gonna feel really cool. The stuff that like you and Jake used to make fun of me for.
Oh yeah.
Remember you called I got a handbag that you called my sheepdog bag because it had these long crocheted things on it.
It looked like the sheepdog van from Dumb and Dumber.
I got a pink sequin bag when the Barbie movie came out that I ended up giving to your daughter.
Yeah, we still
have the
have
same taste,
Yeah.
says something. But that's exactly how I see the Jags right now, which is it's really fun. There's a lot to like, but I don't believe in its staying power. And I can't exactly tell you why, other than I just think that I believe in like the Texans more. And I think that they're hotter right now. And had Trevor Lawrence not just had 6 touchdowns in a game, would we be saying this? I will give the Jags this. There are very few times when teams have a chip on their shoulder and say no one believed in us, and they're right. The Jags
This would
are
be
right.
that case.
The
This
Jags
would
are
absolutely be
absolutely
that
right.
case.
And even right now, no one's talking about the Jags, not nearly as much as they should. We should be talking about the Jags. We should be talking about what they're doing. I am not yet ready to crown them as like a real Super Bowl threat.
If they beat the
But give it
Broncos,
some time. If they beat the Broncos,
I think you gotta.
do I? Yeah, I have to, because I just said the Broncos were the most dangerous
I think
team.
you gotta.
It would philosophically be consistent. So I better. Back to the Seahawks with Seahawks Draft Logs. Rob Staton next.
The one and only Mark Schlereth with Wyman and Bob.
The offense made you feel kind of uneasy. 6 field goals. They could not get the ball in the end zone.
I think there's a lot to be said for finding ways to win. I think there's a lot to be said for when you don't have your best stuff, manufacturing yardage. Sometimes when the coaching staff puts a game plan together, it's not necessarily about scoring 50. It's about how do we win this game.
On Seattle Sports, on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
At Cressy Door, we not only have the perfect garage door for your home, but we also offer options for creating space and even warming your outdoor areas. Check out your options at CressyDoor.com.
I go to Starbucks every day. They introduced the app a number of years ago. I was a very early adopter to mobile ordering with their app. I don't need the cashier experience. I don't need standing in line. I can bypass all of that. That's an efficiency for me. Customers want the same thing. We video inspect all of our cars when they come in for a service appointment. So when we're doing a maintenance visit here, we do a video inspection of your vehicle. The technician shows you what your tires are at, what your brakes are at, what your filters are at. That's what we're sending to people. They open it, they look at it. We generally give them 3 choices. Hey, you can do the minimum, do something in the middle, or do it all. They're in a meeting, but we've met them where they want to be met for quick and efficiency. And that's meeting a lot of new tech customers, but also just transparency, because they can see that video inspection.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Hey friends, Stacy here. If you've been thinking about a new Ford, I've got great news for you. Family-owned and operated Wayscar Ford in Auburn is having their 103rd annual year-end holiday sales event. I just love a holiday sale. This year, all new Fords are priced at only $1 over factory invoice. And that's on the whole Ford lineup. That's correct. Every new Ford is priced at only $1 over factory invoice. That's before any rebates, customer cash, or low APR financing. Plus, they all come with a lifetime powertrain warranty included at no additional cost. Pressed for time? No problem. They'll deliver the vehicle to you. And at Wayscar Ford, you'll never be pressured, so you can purchase with confidence. Because every single vehicle that Wayscar Ford sells comes with a full 5-day or 500-mile, 100% money-back guarantee. So if you change your mind for any reason, bring the vehicle back for a full 100% refund. The $1 over factory invoice sale is going on right now. Check it out at wayscarford.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When my windshield cracked, I called All-Star Auto Glass. All-Star's money stays in the Northwest. SafeLight sends money to shareholders in Europe. All-Star supports the local economy. If this happens to you, call All-Star Auto Glass.
I had pain, I had numbness in my feet. That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes, had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug, and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Ready for your next chapter? At Edmonds Village, discover independent living that's truly exceptional. Premium apartments, all-inclusive chef-prepared dining, and a vibrant community in beautiful Edmonds, Washington. Call to learn about Edmonds Village end-of-year incentives. It's time to say yes to more connection, more adventures, more you. Tour today, reserve your spot, and start living fully on your terms at Edmonds Village. Call now 425-534-5100 to learn more. There is so much to love at Edmonds Village.
As a quarterback, you cannot run a winning play with a messy playbook. And most companies' data, well, it's a mess. AI is changing the game, but if your data is scattered, you're stuck on the sidelines. Brock Heward here, and this is where my friends at Marquee Data come in. They get your data in shape, clean, connected, ready to perform, so you can finally put AI to work for your business. Whether sales, finance, or operations, every smart move starts with the right data. So head to mydataqb.com to draw up your game-winning data play today. That's Marquee Data or mydataqb.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Pittsburgh Steelers beat the Miami Dolphins 28-15 on Monday Night Football. Aaron Rodgers posted his highest completion percentage since 2014. The Rams still hope receiver Davante Adams can play Thursday against the Seahawks. Adams injured his hamstring in LA's win over Detroit on Sunday. Head coach Sean McVay told reporters today they're going to give him every chance to play and will take it all the way up to game time.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
Seahawks draft blog Rob Staton joining us right now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Rob, happy to have you. A lot to talk about with a quick turnaround here. Going to look back at that game against the Colts, and then we've obviously got some questions for you about this upcoming Thursday night game against the Rams. I'm going to start, though, with a look back at Sunday against Indy. They got a win, and maybe that's really all that matters in the end, right? You've already improved by one game on your win total from last season with a couple left to play, but I think some fans were hoping for more style points in this one. What did you make of the day? What did and didn't surprise you?
I think there's a really positive way of looking at this and a bit more of a negative way of looking at it. And the positive way of looking at it is I think you have to give the Colts an amazing amount of credit. You know, Shane Steichen, their head coach, Lou Anarumo, the defensive coordinator, Philip Rivers, who was essentially acting as like another head coach on the field during the game. They managed that game so well. And sometimes you just got to give the opponent a lot of credit. They won the trenches on both sides of the ball in the first half. They made life very difficult for the Seahawks with a very conservative game plan. And when you have a situation like that, I feel like you do have to just get the job done. And I was overreacting at halftime, probably like a lot of fans were, because I was watching, I thought it was a load of rubbish in the first half. But as the game was going on and as they were kind of creeping back into it, as Mike McDonald often says, you've got to kind of work out what game it is and act accordingly. And Seattle did that, and they got the job done. I suppose the negative side of looking at it is the offense, again, has struggled. The running game is pretty listless at this point. You have struggled on third down. You've not been able to finish your drives. This is the third game in a row where you've scored 6 offensive points in the first half. And when you have got one of the beasts of the NFC coming up on Thursday night in the Rams, are you going to get away with it against them in a way that you've perhaps gotten away with it against the Minnesota Vikings, the Atlanta Falcons, and the Indianapolis Colts?
Rob, when you look at the Seahawks really kind of post that first Rams matchup, the offense has been sputtering. Do you feel like maybe that Rams game kind of gave the rest of the league a script on how to beat the Seahawks, or at least how to slow down that offense?
I'm not sure whether it gave them a script, that maybe it just impacted Seattle in a way and spooked them somewhat and thought, okay, we can't have another game where the quarterback's in a situation where he's going to throw 4 interceptions that ultimately costs you the contest, that maybe we're going to rein it in a little bit. We're going to play a little bit more reserved, maybe a little bit more conservative than they have been in the past. I know they keep speaking about letting it rip and Sam Darnold getting out there and not having anything influence him, that you've got to be explosive, you've got to try and make those big plays. But it has felt a little bit like the Seahawks have lost the teeth in these last few games. And I do wonder if that turnover fest that we saw in LA has maybe had as much impact on the way that Seattle approaches things and approaches things with their quarterback, and maybe how the quarterback approaches things, and more so than how the teams do. I do think that Brian Flores is maybe, when we talked about that Minnesota game, we were saying, look, this is a one-off. This is a Flores-inspired brilliant defensive performance by the Vikings, and maybe I and anybody else who's saying that has underestimated that, and maybe it's the Vikings have shown, here's a way that you can impact the Seahawks. To Seattle's credit again, when it gets to half time, it kind of takes them 2 quarters. They get to half time and they seem to work things out enough to improve, to prevent them from losing a game of football in the second half. Again, though, are they going to get away with that against the Rams?
You're right in that it feels like it's taken the teeth out of the offense. I think that bite was really the pass game. I looked at weeks 5 through 10. It was something like almost 900 passing yards just in the first half alone. That had been cut in less than half in the first half of the last 5 games. You'd also had 7 sacks of Sam Darnold. I know that, 4 of those came against Minnesota, so it's a little bit of a lopsided reflection there about how often he's getting sacked per game. But are you seeing more pressure, better pass rushes, struggles with pass pro, mistakes from Sam? Something clearly is happening with how effective and efficient the pass game for Seattle is, especially in the first half. What are you seeing?
I think a combination of a lot of different things. So, for example, in the Falcons game, you've got a situation where Charles Cross gets beat off the edge, and then that's combined with Sam Darnold hanging on to the football a little bit too much. So you can probably apportion a little bit of blame to the left tackle and a little bit of blame to the quarterback. And I bet if you go through most of the sacks, you can probably say that's the same thing for most of those, whereas Sam Darnold's not being quite as decisive as he could be and he should be. There were a couple of times on Sunday where he looked like he was going to get sacked, and to his credit, he kind of scrambled away and extended plays and actually made a really important 4th down conversion doing that. But he's holding on to the ball, and I don't think your 2 tackles have been quite as sharp as they had been earlier in the season in their pass pro. But then you have another situation at the weekend where I don't know what the play call is. I don't know if that was a botched assignment, whether the quarterback needs to recognize something better there, whether it's a bad play call. Whatever the situation is, you should not have, in my opinion anyway, Zach Charbonnet trying to block Latu, who is the Colts' best edge rusher, in a 3rd down situation. Like that should never happen. That if he's going to rush off the right side, Latu, that has to be Abe Lucas's job. It can't be the running back's going to have to get in there and make a block on their best pass rusher. And inevitably, Sam Darnold ended up flat on his back. So, you know, that's the kind of combination of play calling and execution from your line and quarterback, which has created a few issues. And it does look different, doesn't it? That passing game does not look like it did when it was at its absolute best a few weeks ago, with the possible exception of that second half against the Falcons where it did look pretty good again.
How much do you think the threat of the run, or maybe lack thereof, has impacted the Seahawks' ability to pass? Because it felt like at the beginning of the year, the threat of Charbonnet and Walker at least was able to keep defenses honest. But do you think that's still the case here as we're nearing the end of the regular season?
Yeah, massively. I must admit, like a few years ago, there was this huge talking point about whether running backs matter and whether running the football matters. And I kind of sat there and I thought, am I watching the same sport as some people? Because you could see it at the weekend. Like Jonathan Taylor, every time he got the football, he'd get contact and he'd fall forward 2 or 3 yards. It meant the Colts were constantly in like 3rd and 4, it felt. Like they never had a situation where Phillip Rivers was having to force the ball downfield in 3rd and 15 and 3rd and 20. And if they'd have managed to do that a bit more, then there probably would have been more than 1 interception at the weekend, and the defense would have feasted in a way that I think everybody expected. But because the running game kept them honest throughout the whole 4 quarters, Seattle's defense couldn't be on the front foot and couldn't attack. And at no point this season of the Seahawks running game produced that kind of platform for Sam Darnold and the passing game. The running backs are getting hit and they seem to go down on first contact. The blocking is not giving them any room in terms of the interior. It feels like all of Seattle's best runs are when they bounce outside and maybe Ken Walker can get to the edge, or as it was on Sunday, Zach Charbonnet can just fight his way to it, and then maybe there's a cornerback in front of him and he can run him over and he can get a bit of yards after contact in that regard. The running game has just never been fixed all season. I don't think it's going to be fixed in the last 3 regular season games. It's too late in the year for that. I think fixing the running game is going to probably be Seattle's off-season priority, whether they have a deep playoff run or not. And I think what that's going to look like is it's going to mean at least 1 more significant investment in the offensive line, and it's probably going to mean a new running back added.
I think it's okay if they don't have the best running game in the league heading into this Thursday night game, because the Rams don't have the best running game in the league. However, the Rams do have a top 10 run game right now. That's definitely improved over the last couple weeks. More importantly, the Rams are one of the best passing offenses. And the last time these two teams met, that was also the case for Seattle. Let's look ahead to Thursday night to talk about kind of the gap that's been growing there offensively. The Rams remain the number 2 team in passing yards per game, number 2 team in points per game. Seattle's still top 5 in points per game. Obviously, they've struggled with first half scoring, but they're just not quite as prolific as they were. The defense still absolutely amazing, only allowing 1 touchdown over the last 3. So what kind of Seahawks team are we seeing head into Thursday? How does it look a little bit different to you from their last meeting? And what do you feel good about? We'll start with that.
I feel good about just basically about the 4 quarters they had against Matt Stafford. And aside from, early in the game, they had 1 decent drive, really, which was then finished off. I don't really have any serious concerns about how they handled that game. I suppose the big concern that I have is that it's very rare that even when 2 teams play each other, that it's the same game twice. So are the Seahawks going to be able to bottle up Matt Stafford? Could the Rams be influenced at all by what the Colts did? Could they think, you know what, if we run the ball here and we check it down and we just sort of manage it with screens and get into 3rd and short a lot, then maybe we can have a bit more success, because when we do want to push it downfield, the Seahawks always be kept honest by that, because Matt Stafford's obviously got a better arm than, old man Rivers. I think we've all got a massive amount of respect for the way that he played in that game, but he is a granddad and he is 44 years old. It's very rare that we see a quarterback who's older than me playing in the NFL these days. So I think they may sort of be influenced a little bit by that, but still with that explosive element to them. And I just get a sense that the Seahawks are the only team that have bottled up Stafford and the Rams all year. Can they do that twice? I'm not convinced that they are going to be able to do that twice, which means I think this game is going to come down to Seattle finding the mojo a little bit more on offense and being able to be prolific with their passing game, going to be able to find a bit more from that running game. I think the Seahawks are going to need their offense to be a lot better than it has been if they're going to win this game. But I do have faith in them. I do think there's a chance of that. I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that the struggles will continue into this game. I think they will have a chance to put it right, and I think they're going to have to. I think they're going to have to score, 20-plus points in this game to have a chance of winning it, possibly even 30 points to beat the Rams on Thursday.
One guy who has seen his productivity on offense increase over the last couple of weeks is Rashid Shaheed, and then also he's been a dynamic threat in the return game. Rob, how important is he going to be to helping this offense get back on track? Brought in with a lot of hype, and it just wasn't clicking right away, but it seems like it's going better right now. How important is he going to be on Thursday night?
I think very important. You can't, as much as it has been quite the season of Jackson Smith and Jigba, and it doesn't really matter who else does anything else because he's going to get 100 yards anyway, and that happened again on Sunday. I do think you need at least one other player who is stepping up to the plate, especially when the quarterback is going through a period where his players has dropped off a little bit. He's not quite as explosive as he was earlier in the season. You're going to need somebody else, and the running backs are not producing that at the moment. Cooper Kupp his role is what it is at this stage. He's not suddenly going to turn back into Cooper Kupp when he was winning the Super Bowl with the Rams. So you need somebody else who's going to make those plays. And it has been encouraging to see Shaheed make those plays. I think there's even more to come from him. I was a little bit frustrated. I know a lot of people have been praising Shaheed. I was really frustrated because there was that throw downfield where he felt there should have been a pass interference flag, and that could easily have been called. I think it was more of a pass interference than the one that was called against Josh Jobe. But he gave up on that route. If you fight back to the football there and just at least try and high point the football, that contact from the defensive back is even more egregious. And I think you get that penalty, and that could have been the difference between scoring a touchdown and not, and potentially winning the game and not in a tight contest like that on Sunday. And it felt very early in that route. He's throwing his hands up and saying, throw the flag, referee. And I think the referee was influenced by that. He's thinking, you don't think you're going to get this football. You're appealing for a penalty. I'm not going to give you that. So I think there's still a little bit more to come from him. I'd like to see him sort of making a better play there. It wasn't the best throw and connection with Sam Darnold in the end zone as well, and that chance that he had for a touchdown. Sam Darnold would want that throw back, but again, it's the NFL. You need your big players to make big plays. Was it totally impossible for Shaheed to make a touchdown catch from that situation? Perhaps not. So I still think there's a bit more to come from him, but it is encouraging to see that week by week, he is getting more and more involved.
Could be without Charles Cross in this one. TBD, we're all watching to see what happens there. What could that mean for this team? Who may need to step up outside of obviously who's filling in for Cross?
Yeah, I think I would be interested to see what happens there, because I think Charles Cross is a decent player. I don't think he's a great player. I do think that maybe the draft status of being a top 10 pick and the fact that we're going through a period in the NFL where, let's be honest, there are not many good left tackles. You know, we are not going through the glory days of left tackle position football in the NFL right now. And I think there was a poll that Jeremy Fowler at ESPN did. I don't know if that was in the off season or very early at the start of the season. And they kind of did their, you know, who were the best players at every position. And it was like a top 10 list. And then there was like a list of honorable mentions. And Charles Cross wasn't even on the list of honorable mentions at tackle. And I kind of thought, that's interesting, because I think if you speak to most Seahawks fans and even sort of people who don't watch a lot of the Seahawks, they'll say, oh, Charles Cross, you know, what a left tackle, great young player. And I'm not really there with that. Like, I'm not feeling that from him. I think we're still waiting, and I'm wondering if it's ever going to happen now, you know, this far into his NFL career, whether he's ever going to take that step forward. I think a lot of the things we're seeing that are issues are the issues that he had at Mississippi State. So I think he's a decent player. I don't think he's a great player. If the replacement comes in and is absolutely horrendous, then I reserve the right to change my view of that next week and say, no, he's really important, actually, and you need to pay him $30 million a year next season. But if the replacement comes in and kind of just plays the way that Charles Cross has been playing, then that's going to be quite interesting. So I suspect he's probably going to play in this game. It did look very uncomfortable what happened to him at the end of that game. But I suspect that it's so important that unless it's really serious, he's going to be out there. And I'm going to hope having a really good game for the Seahawks.
He is Rob Staton of Seahawks Draft Blog. Rob, always a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game. What former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
All right, Stacy, first down to you. What's Davante Adams meant for the Rams this season? What's the latest on his availability?
Well, he's been an obvious red zone threat, but just how much? Let's look at the numbers here. He has 66% of all of Matthew Stafford's red zone targets go his way. That is the most of any receiver in football, followed by Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's accounted for 65% of Jared Goff's targets, Jawan Jennings for San Francisco, and then JSN is 4th with 50% of all of Sam Darnold's red zone targets. As a result, 14 touchdowns. He's 2nd on the team in yards. He's really, really been kind of, I don't want to say like a vulture from anyone else. Puka's number 1 in yards, and then Davante is just very obviously like the favorite there as a big red zone threat, and you completely understand. However, 2 things I want to know heading into this one. So him being gone is massive. Again, he's their big red zone threat, and he's just a phenomenal talent and has been for so many years. He's gone back-to-back weeks, though, with no touchdowns. And something I had completely forgotten about from their last meeting, against Seattle the first time around, he was 1 for 8. Granted, that one was a touchdown, and so that's pretty notable. I think it was for like 1 yard, but 1 for 8 the first time around with these 2 teams. So he was not particularly effective or great against Seattle. Even then, he is a very effective and great wide receiver, and it would be in Seattle's best interest if he's gone. The latest is that they're taking it all the way up to game time. If you need to know what that means, 90 minutes before kickoff is when inactives are released.
Second down. Stacy, where do the Seahawks have an edge over the Rams?
Special teams, I really, really like. They've had that edge kind of all year quietly over the Rams, but I'm going to give the obvious edge to defense here. The Rams' offense is exceptional. They've been so consistent all week long. Seattle's fallen off there a little bit, but Seattle's defense has not. Seattle is 4th in opponent yards per game. The Rams are 13th. Seattle is 5th in opponent first downs per game. The Rams are 13th. Seattle is 3rd against the run. The Rams are 9th. Seattle is 4th in sacks with 42. The Rams are 9th in sacks with 37. Seattle is allowing fewer third down conversions per game from opposing offenses. They have allowed fewer touchdowns, and they have more interceptions in almost every single category. Seattle's defense is better. That is what needs to be absolutely elite heading into this one, and what I think will be. Curtis, are you ready for your third down question?
Oh, let's go.
Third down, Curtis. We're going baseball here. What's one trade proposal you heard for Brendan Donovan?
So I heard this yesterday on Foul Territory. Former Cardinals pitcher Lance Lynn, who played for a number of years at the big league level, this is what he would want in return for Brendan Donovan.
Here's my thing is if you're going to get him, you better get something worthwhile for him, and it doesn't need to be 3 AA players that might not ever make it. If I'm trading him away, I need Bryce Miller or somebody like that from Seattle that I know I can plug and play as I've got May, Miller, Libby all of a sudden. Now I can stomach it, if that makes sense. But if I'm getting, hey, this guy was in AA, this guy was in AA, this guy is in high A, and they're all top 20 prospects, who cares?
Lance, you played for a lot of years at the big league level. I'm not questioning your baseball acumen. I am questioning your front office acumen. Bryce Miller, yes, he did have a down year that was filled with a number of injuries, but when he was on and when we saw him in the playoffs, he was the most important pitcher that the Mariners had.
Yeah,
and also, like, when Bryce Miller is healthy, you look at his numbers in 2024 as a 25-year-old, 12 wins, an ERA sub-3, pitched 180 innings, struck out 171 that year. That's ace-level stuff. Before the season started, Stacy, before 2025 started, I think we all kind of saw Bryce Miller as having a potential Brian Wu-like season.
Yes.
It was Wu who ended up having the better season of the two. I don't think the Mariners want to deal Bryce Miller, and especially for somebody of Brendan Donovan's caliber who is not Ketel Marte. Now, if it's Ketel Marte, maybe Bryce Miller does get involved in that trade, but not for Brendan Donovan. I'm sorry, Lance Lynn. That was insane. It just makes no sense. The Mariners would hang up if the Cardinals said, all right, yeah, give us Bryce Miller back. Not happening.
Well, and that kind of defeats the purpose of what the Mariners want to do in theory. Now, it's not at all weird to like deal from an area of strength or deal from the current major league roster for like a younger arm, a younger starter. But like you're trying to win a World Series this year by virtue of giving up future talent and high prospects that you may not want to part with. Yeah. But that's kind of, they've made it very clear they don't want to deal arms. Yeah. It's not happening.
Not happening.
Fourth down. Curtis, what's a wild stat you saw about Jorge Polanco's 2025 season?
Yeah, Mike Petriello of MLB.com, who's been on the show a few times with us, was looking at just Jorge Polanco's bounce back, how he was able to overcome his 2024 season. And get this, no major leaguer ever has had a bigger drop-off in strikeout percentage than Polanco did from 2024 to 2025. His strikeout percentage dropped 13.6% from 29.2 to 15.6. I believe the 15.6 was the second best strikeout percentage that Jorge Polanco's ever had in his entire career. Some of the other years in which we've seen big drop-offs like that, two guys from 1967 and 1968.
So it's
yeah, it's been like 60 years.
It's not often this happens.
No. Other guys in the top 5 that we may have heard of. Ronald Acuna in 2022.
Okay, I know him.
Yeah, he dropped 12%. Cody Bellinger, 11.6% from 22 to 23. And then David Ortiz, 10.2% from 2011 to 2012. But Jorge Polanco, the biggest drop-off ever in strikeout percentage from season to season. Minimum 450 plate appearances. Can he replicate that? I mean, it was the second best season he's ever had strikeout percentage-wise. I know the Mets had to take a risk, had to maybe overspend a little bit in order to fill that void left by Pete Alonso, but I don't know. That's going to be tough to replicate for Jorge Polanco going forward, but that kind of speaks to why he was so good last year for this Mariners team and why that move was one of the best moves the Mariners have made in free agency in a long, long time.
Let's see what's on tonight.
What's on tonight with Bump and Stacy, brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot. Now, here's what's on tonight.
It's the biggest moment in sports history.
That's right.
The NBA Cup Finals.
Whoa!
The Spurs and Knicks tip off from Vegas at 5:30 p.m. on Amazon Prime.
A banner will be raised tonight.
Coming
Pop
up
the
next.
champagne.
Get ready for one of the wildest takes you're going to hear today.
The Mike McDonald Show, the morning after every Seahawks game at 9:30 with Brock and Salk.
You called yesterday a great win by and what great teams do. What does that mean?
Great teams win games. It's the NFL. Games unfold certain ways. Sometimes it doesn't go the way you want. You got to work with it, you know. It's like it is what it is. And then you got to go find solutions and solve problems and move forward and keep playing and try to figure out ways to win. And our guys did that.
Get the podcast on the Seattle Sports app.
Friends at People Come First or PCF Construction Group. Are you tired of just grilling in the cold and rain every winter in the Northwest? Well, with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the wintry months. And I've got a special offer for you right now. Take advantage of off-season savings through December and get up to 20% off your entire project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. Most people don't consider building a deck in winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, then contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming, designing, and approving your project so you're ready to build by the spring. Remember, planning and permits take time, so get started right now. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or call 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, pcfgroup.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Ready to deck the holidays? Win a brand new free deck, courtesy of one of the most trusted exterior companies in the Pacific Northwest, State Roofing and Exteriors. Don't miss out. Enter now at mynorthwest.com/win. That's mynorthwest.com/win.
At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry and dream engagement ring to be nothing short of perfect, no matter the price. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Mike Salk here for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, and obviously New Year's is coming up. Can you believe it? Book your stay at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel for an evening of elegance at a night at the Grand Ball. This New Year's Eve celebration includes the legendary DJ Super Sam. And sports fans, you got to check out the Hawks Peak. You're home for game days with great food and drinks, more than 60 TVs, so you won't miss a play, and a heated, covered outdoor deck with those great views of the Snoqualmie Valley. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Guys, if you're worn down, putting on weight, dealing with low T symptoms, or ED, something's off. Ignoring symptoms doesn't fix the real issue. For a limited time, Revive Men's Health Washington is offering free full diagnostic panels. A $400 value. It checks testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. The key areas that reveal what's driving low T, ED, and more. Plus, qualified patients get up to 25% off select treatments now through year end. This gives you a clear answer on what's off and the steps to improve it. Over 120,000 patients have trusted Revive since 2011 because the results are real. Claim your free full diagnostic panel today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
Curtis Rogers in for Michael Bumpus. And Curtis,
hey,
are you ready to hear the hottest take of the week?
Okay.
Now, it's Tuesday, so there's still time.
I don't think it's going to get much wilder than this one.
Someone could always come out and say, hey, Patrick Mahomes actually isn't that good. Or, you know what I mean? Like, there's still room for people to say dumb things. And I will say the person saying this is not dumb at all. I listened to his college football podcast.
He's a regular guest on the station.
Great guy. And he knows it's a hot take. He knows what he's doing here. And this one is on fire. Here we go. During a radio interview with the Birmingham Sports station, the show's called The Next Round, Fox's Joel Klatt took a big shot at the NCAA tournament, your favorite thing on the planet, Curtis, truly, when comparing it to the college football playoff Cut 5.
The reason the group of 5 is included in this playoff is to avoid antitrust litigation. That's it. We're not looking for a Cinderella. Nobody cares in football about James Madison or you know, the equivalent of George Mason going. Didn't George Mason go to the Final Four or something like that? Nobody cares in football about that. We don't want Cinderellas. We want the best teams playing each other at the end. In fact, hot take. I mean, like the hottest of all takes that I've ever had in my entire life. The NCAA basketball tournament is a joke. It's the dumbest tournament and the least fair tournament in all of sports. We go and we put teams at odd times on neutral sites in a one-game affair. Like, that doesn't crown a true champion. We're not doing anything that tells us who's the best team over the course of the entire season. You know, like, if anything, the NCAA basketball tournament should act exactly like the old World Cup, which we should have groups. They should all get guaranteed 3 games, and they should be played at the higher seeds arena so that those seeds are rewarded for a quality game. And that way we don't just get to see, like, Kentucky one and done against George Mason or something like that. Well, that's stupid.
Yeah, but then you'd never get UMBC over Virginia.
You'd never get some of the greatest stories in sports history.
All time.
And I want to
buzzer beaters wouldn't mean as much because there'd be another game to play. It's 2 of 3.
Right. I also want to point out to Joel Klatt, we have never once disputed who the NCAA basketball champion is, men's or women's. That has never been for dispute. Like, whoever cuts down the nets at the NCAA tournament, everybody is in agreement that, yes, that was the best team of the year. Like, there's no room for any disagreement there.
Mm-hmm.
Stacy, I say this to a Husky alum.
How dare you?
You guys have a split national champion. There are hundreds of split national champions in college football over the 150 some odd years that game has been played. Like, I get that the college football playoff offers a more definitive champion than we've ever had, but still, to say that you don't want to have Cinderellas in the college football playoff, like, what's one of the greatest college football upsets ever? Boise State over Oklahoma.
Yep.
Like, what is college football without that game? Like, it is one of the most important games in the sport's history, one of the greatest finishes in the sports history. And you're telling me that you would rather not have James Madison Tulane there. I get that, like, their chances of winning on Saturday are going to be very slim. Like, I see Oregon rolling over James Madison.
Oregon's going to crush James
I see Ole Miss crushing Tulane. But the fact that they're there, like, if they made a run to the national championship game, like, the sports world would be on fire for that, right? Like, that would be huge for college football.
It would be massive for college football. You're also right in that it doesn't really happen, so there's no point complaining about it. If Joel wanted to complain about, hey, I think instead of putting – he's right in that it's, like, frustrating to put – it's great for James Madison grads and players. Mm-hmm. And I definitely am aware of – I mean, Joel went to Colorado, so it's not like he went to Bama and he's like, I don't get why anyone watches these. Like, he kind of gets sometimes when your program's overlooked. Like, he understands. It can be frustrating to hear that, so apologies to those teams. But, like, if you wanted to complain that Notre Dame should be in instead of James Madison, or I don't know, another ACC school, or BYU or whatever it is, and kind of complain that, like, I feel like we don't have truly the 12 best teams, then you are perfectly within your right to do that. To complain when those teams advance and say, oh, well, they upset a better team, that doesn't really feel fair, kind of does a disservice to, at the heart of sports, like, central to almost every sports movie that exists, to almost every great sports story outside of talking about, like, the Patriots dynasty or something.
Well, and in that
is an upset, is an underdog story. Like, that's kind of like a tenet of what people like about sports. And it's why March Madness remains one of the most popular sports products on the planet, is because it's one of the few places where that's still possible.
Right. And also, like, in saying what he said about the NCAA tournament, he's basically saying, like, I have no time for schools that are outside of the group of five. Like, I have no time for schools that are outside of the Power Four conferences. Like, and that is really disheartening for fans of teams that are not in the Power Four. Washington State. I mean, yes, the Pac-12 is rebuilding, and it will be better than the current state of what Wazoo football and Wazoo basketball is right now. But, like, it at least gives them a shot. It gives them an avenue to get to the college football playoff and have an opportunity to compete for a championship. And, like, Joel Klatt's one of the biggest voices in college football. Like, is he saying the quiet part out loud? Like, we don't have time for these little schools anymore. And also, last year's national championship game in college football, the number 8 seeded Ohio State Buckeyes against the number 7 seeded Notre Dame Fighting Irish. So, like, even though those are two big name programs, they were two of the last teams to get into the college football playoff field.
And did anyone debate it?
No, it was a great college football playoff last year.
All right, let me get to our next two here. During his Monday press conference, speaking of college football, Kalen DeBoer was asked to elaborate on that statement he released over the weekend about not having interest in other coaching jobs, cut 6.
I put a statement out yesterday because first of all, our guys handle distractions phenomenally. It's been that way all season long. They continue to do that. And so, but I also, knew that yesterday and today was pretty important. I wasn't going to see until today to address it. So that's why I put that out there. A lot of the same things I said before, a couple of weeks ago when asked really the same question. Just feel completely supported. My family loves living here. Just all the things that we continue to build on. Love the progress. Haven't talked with anyone. No plans of talking with anyone. So just I think that's a lot of what I said a couple of weeks ago, and it continues to be the same thing. Feel strong about it. And our guys, if there's been any distraction, I haven't seen it, haven't felt it, and so I'm really proud of the way they've handled whatever noise is out there. And again, we've probably all season long have dealt with enough noise to where it doesn't surprise me on how they handle this.
This is the definitive statement I'd love to hear from Jed Fish for Washington.
Yeah, this is much more definitive than anything Kalen DeBoer said while he was at Washington, for sure.
Yeah.
And maybe we just didn't have as much time wondering if DeBoer was going to leave because Nick Saban kind of left abruptly, and then
there wasn't as much speculation. It just kind of happened.
But this is, I mean, not only did he release a statement, but then gave that minute-long answer yesterday at his press conference. I don't see him leaving Alabama after being this public about his commitment to Alabama. And then the AD yesterday, Greg Byrne, basically saying, like, yeah, we're committed to Kalen DeBoer going forward. So I don't think Michigan is going to be hiring Kalen DeBoer. I just don't see it happening.
Last one here quickly. It came down to overtime, but congratulations to Washington men's soccer, who won their first ever national championship after beating NC State on Monday night. It was a wild ride, 3 straight losses to finish the regular season. Their run began with double overtime, and they won all 6 tourney games on the road, cut 7.
Amen in front. Kosakov through. Washington's wait is over for the first time in program history. The Huskies are national champions.
That's a championship we don't have to share, Curtis.
That's right. That's right.
It's all our own.
I read that is the 10th national championship in school history. The first solo championship by a men's team. Because the rowing team is not like NCAA, at least the men's one isn't. And obviously the football one split a national championship. I just need to say that for the second time in this segment.
You don't need to, actually.
But no, seriously, huge congrats to the men's team for bringing home a national championship. And I mean, like, what that soccer program has gone through this season, the men's and women's side, like with Mia Hamont passing, the goalkeeper for the women's side. I mean, it was bittersweet that the women's team couldn't pull off a national championship, even though they got really close too. Yeah. But congrats to the men. I also saw too that 20 of the 29 players on the men's team are from the state of Washington. Like, that is a homegrown roster. Like, that's really cool to see. And I'm super happy for those guys.
Well said, Curtis. Get your questions in for What I Need to Know. Any question, text it now, 866-979-3776.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
Jaron Reed is with us. At this point of your career, when you've got a quick turnaround like this, Sunday game, now you guys are playing Thursday night. What have you done differently now to get prepped?
You just, move everything up. If you were to do anything later on in the week, you just move it up. And you have to be on it, and sleep as well. Between body preparation and sleep is the main thing going into the Thursday game.
Only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Hi, I'm Dr. Shelley Flace with today's tip for kids from the American Academy of Pediatrics. If you own firearms, it's your responsibility to make sure they're always stored safely. Hiding them in a closet or drawer is not enough. Kids know where they are. Research shows the risk of injury and death is lower if guns are stored unloaded and locked up, with the ammunition locked in a separate place. This is important when children are young, as well as when they grow into teenagers. For more, talk with your pediatrician or visit healthychildren.org.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
I know a lot of you guys are listening from your phones right now, so it's the perfect time to give a shout out to my friends over at AT&T. The other guys will make claims saying this and that about how great their network is, and I'm just here to set the record straight that AT&T is America's fastest and most reliable wireless network. I don't know about you guys, but it just gives me so much peace of mind when I'm going to do the things I love, and I know my wireless network's got me. Like if I'm going to a concert or a basketball game or even something outdoorsy, knowing I'm going to have fast service and can share what I'm up to is a game changer. You want to know you can post post what you want to post. Call who you want to call. And with AT&T, it literally doesn't matter where you're going. I promise you, they're already there. Don't just take it from me. Actual tests prove AT&T is America's fastest and most reliable wireless network. When you compare, there is no comparison. Based on RootMetrics' United States Root Score Report 1H 2025, tested with best commercially available smartphones on 3 national mobile networks across all available network types. Your experiences may vary. RootMetrics rankings are not an endorsement of AT&T.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours. The Bump and Stacy Show is powered in part each day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Big Nation Station reminds listeners many uniformed personnel and healthcare providers will spend this holiday season working hard to keep us safe. These heroic men and women spend long hours away from home, protecting our freedom and providing critical medical care. Please thank them for their many sacrifices and putting their lives on the line for us every day. Happy holidays to you and yours from the entire team at Big Nation Station. We've got a complete stock of beverages, snacks, hot food, and more, and are wishing you and yours a very happy and safe holiday season.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Get your questions in. Any question you have. Maybe you're even seeking advice for something. 866-979-3776. Curtis, in for Michael Bumpus. I'm starting with a baseball question. Should the Mariners add Framber Valdez?
No.
Okay.
No. That guy is trying to start multiple
him hitting
bench clearing
Cal
balls. Yeah.
probably wouldn't go over as well as it would hitting a catcher with a little less power.
Of all the ex-Astros that you could add to this team, I feel like Framber Valdez would be the hardest to incorporate in this clubhouse because not a lot of people like him. And then also remember that story of him purposely crossing up his catcher?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I said, imagine if he does that to Cal. You know what that would have been like doing that to Cal?
Cal would have grabbed him by his jersey out on the mound in front of 40,000 people.
Have you ever seen the video of Cal walking up for a mound visit during Matt Brash's rookie season?
Oh, yeah.
And
he's just like, dude.
Not happy about something. And if you're a lip reader, it doesn't sound super radio friendly.
Cal's an intense dude. People,
he is,
I mean,
man.
he's a very easygoing guy away from the field. Like, he's very approachable. He'll talk to anybody. But, like, on the field, there is an intensity that I love seeing. And he would not put up with that.
I'll flip this question and make it one of my own. Okay, so you say no to a listener saying, should the Mariners add Framber Valdez? Do you think the Mariners should still add to their bullpen or pitching?
I don't think you can add. I don't think you can have too much
Agreed.
bullpen help. So yeah, I think they need to add there as well. Do I think they need another starter? Probably not. I mean, you've got your 5, and then you've got Hancock and Evans. You're probably gonna have Kate Anderson at some point. That's 8 major league caliber arms. Maybe even Senja too. Like
I think you go 9-man rotation.
we see Logan Gilbert once every 2 weeks.
You haven't seen Logan Gilbert?
Yeah, it's like
mid-month. I forgot what he looked like. What I need to know. Is there any other position that's changed in such a short time as the NFL kick game? These guys line up and blast through 60-yarders like it's nothing. I suppose the NBA and the three-pointer have changed a lot, too.
That's what I was going to say, especially because even bigs now are expected to shoot threes in the NBA. But, yeah, I mean, it was just a few years ago where if you were kicking beyond 50, it was a gamble. Now, everybody's expected to make kicks from 50-plus. And 60 has become the old 50, where it's like, okay, 60 is kind of a gray area. Maybe he makes it, maybe he doesn't. I also kind of wonder, do they need to
narrow the goalposts?
That, or do they need to readjust the fantasy point scoring for kickers now? Because it's 50-plus yards gets you 5 points. I think a 60-yarder should count more than a 50-yarder in fantasy, right?
Like, I agree.
But yeah, I mean, and also athletes are just getting better. Kickers are getting better.
I was going to say, you could...
It's just natural evolution.
Maybe not to the extent of kicking or a three-pointer in terms of things that are just drastically different, but you could apply this to 40 times would blow people away. Just athletes in general are so much bigger, stronger, faster, amazing at everything. The only thing that isn't the same is that guys can't pull Ted Williams and hit 400 for a season, but it's because pitching is better than it's ever been before.
Right.
So it's great. The product of sports universally across leagues is just phenomenal. What I need to know. During the holidays, says the 626, I usually need a break from my extended family. What's your go-to escape place from family?
Like the backyard. Or the garage.
You just stand?
You just kind of stand out on your own.
Or, what's the Pablo Escobar show?
Oh,
was it Narcos?
Narcos, yeah.
Where he's just sitting.
Yeah, just sitting on the swing, the porch swing. Yeah, I mean, Brenna's side of the family is a lot bigger than mine, which means there's a lot more noise on that side of the family, and so sometimes it does get a little overwhelming, and I won't Irish goodbye. I'll just kind of Irish, be gone for a little bit. I'm not ditching anybody, but it's
an Irish timeout.
It is. There we go. That's perfect. Yeah, you just kind of go to the backyard and just kind of stand there, look at the plants. You go in the garage, maybe have a beverage or something like that, but. Yeah, you can't just get in your car and go drive off and be like, I'll be back in 20. I need a break. You got to kind of stay within the footprint of wherever it is you guys are having.
Yeah, you can't. Well, you can't be a deadbeat dad.
No,
you can't. You can't be like, I'm going to the casino for 5 hours. I'll be back. But you can take. Isaac and Everett says you can take a walk around the block and just really take your time.
Yeah,
put
that's
on
a good
20-minute podcast,
or maybe let's say. You got to kind of gauge the temperature of the room. Are there sports fans there? Maybe there's a game on. You guys can go off to the den room or the basement or something, throw the game on, and then just kind of calm down in that way.
Yeah.
There was a time a couple of years ago, my sister-in-law got married in Utah, and for the days leading up to it, we rented out a big house. It was my family and then Brenna's 2 brothers and their wives and kids and all that. There were 9 kids in the house, ages 11 and under. And there were a couple moments where
walking outside going, I just need a minute.
There were a couple moments where I could feel my head just throbbing, just okay, I really need to step outside and get some fresh air or just get some calm here. And it was also around the time, too, that Blair was not sleeping through the night either. And that was a great time, though. Great weekend.
Yeah. What I need to know, what's the best way to break a bad habit? Depends what your habit is.
Yeah.
You may need rehab.
Yeah, you may need professional help.
You may need professional help, but otherwise, I think
If it's like
developing a
chewing
new
your
habit-
nails or something like that.
Don't they say it takes 21
days to
if
like
you do
start or
something-
break a habit? Yeah.
Start a new habit. If your bad habit is that you eat poorly after 10 p.m.,
Make your
then
new habit
your new
the
habit is
opposite
that
of
you
your old
don't.
habit,
And then once you do that
21 days
for-
straight. Yeah.
Yeah, 21 days straight. It's
Easy.
allegedly
Yeah.
so much easier.
That's Stacy and Curtis do therapy better
than therapists.
LLC. Yeah.
LLC.
Mental
that
health.
one might get us into a couple lawsuits, but I think we lean into it,
think
in my
so.
opinion. Paul Moyer is filling in for Michael Bumpus during the huddle. He and Wyman are joining us next for a 2-hour preview for Thursday night football. Coming your way next.
After a close call against the Colts,
Jason Myers with his 6th field goal of the day.
Never a doubt, right? Talking about picking each other up, just being there when we need them.
the Hawks gear up for the biggest game of the season. The game that will likely determine who wins the division.
Holy catfish!
Seahawks, Rams, Thursday night at Lumen Field. Kickoff at 5:15.
This should be fun.
On Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
People want to do business with someone they can trust, who's a real person. They don't feel like you're just going after their money. And when you take the time to get to know them, get to know their needs, remember their name, remember their kids' names, and just be there to help them and sort of, not be a car salesman, but be a consultant, then they feel more comfortable with you, and the experience is better on both sides. Each individual person has an opportunity to sort of unveil our company spirit and their own individual personality and their ability to serve. I myself, I have helped some families in the sense that, I've helped mom, helped dad, and then 2 years later, here's our daughter, she needs a car now. And it's one of the biggest compliments to know that you've earned this family's trust, that now you're their guy. You want to be their guy.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Well, the wet, chilly weather has certainly arrived. It's Mike Salk here, and if your attic and crawl space are well insulated, your home should be fine. Should feel cozy and warm without your furnace having to work overtime. But you'd be surprised to learn how many homes in Western Washington lack insulation in these spaces. It's why you call Crawl Pros. If you're feeling cold drafts or seeing that heating bill spike, now's a great time to learn if you got anything going on behind that crawl space or attic by calling Crawl Pros. They'll come out to your house just like they did to mine, do the corner-to-corner inspection. In my case, they found the problem, showed me the pictures, and then they got it all fixed. Now, if they do discover your home is under or improperly insulated, they'll show you all the utility rebates that are available to help you get the work done correctly. Like if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you could get a rebate to cover up to 95% of the cost of the insulation job. If you're worried anything is going on in your crawl space or attic, including critters, water intrusion, mold, plumbing issues, anything, call Crawl Pros and schedule your free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Mike Rowe here with another fun fact. If your concrete is cracked or uneven, you can actually lift it back up. Whether it's a sinking driveway, a patio, or a sidewalk, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to lift your concrete slabs. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Bump here. Seattle Youth Men's Basketball is hosting big games at Climate Pledge. Come see Washington State, and Gonzaga. Next game is December 19th against UW. Tickets as low as $20. Grab your tickets at GoSeattleU.com/tickets. Red Hawks rising.
Upgrade your home's comfort and save up to 75% on scratch and dent and overstock equipment at Home Comfort Alliance. Over $3 million worth of heat pumps, furnaces, and air conditioners from top manufacturers like Lennox. All now up to 75% off. Visit HomecomfortAlliance.com.
Storm damage can hit your home hard. Your roof, siding, windows, and even your deck. That's why we're here 24/7 to respond when you need us most. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. From emergency repairs to complete replacements, State Roofing and Exteriors has the team, the skills, and the experience to protect your home after the storm. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Ready for your next chapter? At Edmonds Village, discover independent living that's truly exceptional. Premium apartments, all-inclusive chef-prepared dining, and a vibrant community in beautiful Edmonds, Washington. Call to learn about Edmonds Village end-of-year incentives. It's time to say yes to more connection, more adventures, more you. Tour today, reserve your spot, and start living fully on your terms at Edmonds Village. Call now, 425-534-5100 to learn more. There is so much to love at Edmonds Village.
When you're at home and next to your windows, do you notice cold air or a draft when the wind blows? How about moisture or leaking during a rainstorm? Dave Wyman here, and after 20 years in our home, our window seals started breaking. A failed window can do major damage to your home, and the older the window, the more likely it is to fail. That's why right now is an excellent time to have Harley Exteriors come by for a no-charge consultation. That's exactly what I had done over the summer, and not only were they extremely knowledgeable about all things windows, I found them to be polite, professional, and respectful. In other words, people you want to do business with. Harley Exteriors has a special offer for Seattle sports fans. Buy 3 windows, get 1 free. No payments or interest until 2027. And take an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today. They'll give you an honest assessment and quote. Go to harleyexteriors.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. This is the Huddle.
The handoff inside. He's Germany. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Exclusively on Seattle Sports on 710, Seattle Sports on YouTube, and the Seattle Sports app with hosts Michael Bumpus, Stacy Rost, and Dave Wyman. Time to go inside the Huddle.
We are here on a Tuesday getting you ready for a Thursday night game between the Seahawks and Rams. Paul Moyer in for Michael Bumpus today. Paul, we're happy to have you. Wyman, obviously, here. And we're already joined by your favorite person, Wyman, Steve Raible, voice of the Seahawks, on the phone with us to get started. Rabes, how's it going?
Great, guys. How are you?
I'm not sure if I'm his favorite person.
I think you are. Got to be at least 2 or 3.
Let's
Top
move
10?
on, shall we?
Okay, sorry.
Mr. Prosecutor.
Not to put you on the spot, Raves. Okay, so I'm going to start with this one. I think I had really high expectations for the Seahawks in this one, fairly, going against a 44-year-old Phillip Rivers, who, by the way, looked 44. God love him. I'm going to be rooting for him against San Francisco. But the team didn't quite play up to my expectations. In a way, I think that's perfectly normal and acceptable. But what do you make of your team when you leave a game and go, yeah, they won, but it wasn't with style points?
Well, you don't get any extra credit for style points. Come January 20-something, we'll look back on this last weekend and say, you know what, that was a win. And does anybody remember the game? No, not really. And that's just the case. Just as guys don't look ahead of the game you're going to play, you generally don't look back. Learn from it. Take a look at the video on Monday, and even this week, a short week, you don't really have a lot of time to even do that. And it's time to get on to the Rams. So, yeah, there are a lot of things to clean up without question. But I actually had a conversation with Jim Zorn, my old quarterback, just this morning, and I was asking him about the mindset of a head coach where you're not doing some things right, but how do you keep your team involved? How do you keep them positive? And that's the thing I see from Mike all the time is that, hey, it's a win. And nobody said it was going to be easy, and there are all kinds of complications along the way. And the job of the players and the coaches is to figure those things out. And that's what they did, and they ended up winning. Thank goodness we have a guy who kicks 6 field goals in a game and a defense that played really great. And, hey, give them credit. The offense moved the ball in the second half. We just couldn't score.
Hey, Rabes, it was kind of weird watching Phillip Rivers out there, just because, at the end of the day, look, it's 120 yards. It's not like he carved up the defense or anything, but afterwards, I thought it was really inspiring what he said. It was it was a very cool story as it played out, but I felt like early on when he was completing a couple of passes, it was like, I guess I went in with expectations that, like, this guy's 44, man. He's not going to complete a single pass, and he did, but, throws a touchdown. But I don't know, what were your, did you have that same feeling early on?
Yeah, what I thought was really cool was that Metamucil patch he had on his shoulder pads. I thought that was really interesting. Not many guys will step out and advertise like that, but I thought that was good. Listen, I can't tell you how impressed I was. And Dave, wait till you become an old guy, because you're not there yet. But like Paul and me, old guys, we admire the living heck out of what a guy like that could do after. And, everybody says, well, he was sitting on the couch for 5 years. Well, he wasn't really. He was out there with his team. He was throwing. He was running around, practicing with the kids. Was he playing against NFL players? No. Did they ask him to do a whole lot? No, not really. Just keep him in the game. And that's exactly what he did. And that's why the Seahawks defense rallied so well against the run to hold maybe the best running back in the league, Jonathan Taylor, to under 100 yards. This was an interesting note because I went back and looked at all the game notes from our November 16th game against the Rams. So Phillip Rivers throws for 120 yards? Is that what we said the other night? Yeah. Matthew Stafford threw for 130 yards against us. Now, that also, remember, we threw 4 interceptions, so they had a short field. How many times? It was kind of crazy. But it just goes to show you, guys who are really, really Pro Bowl type and maybe Hall of Fame quarterbacks, you don't just lose it overnight. And so in that respect, I will do the same thing as Stacy. I will cheer for him from here on out, unless they make the Super Bowl against us, and then, of course, I won't be. But I was pretty amazed that he did as well as he did.
Yeah, I think the real test is next week. Their defense rallied. They had a great game plan. It's sometimes when you get that type of scenario with the team rallies behind it. And they did. They played well. They played physical. So, and Rays, by the way, did you get the raspberry Metamucil I sent you? Did you try that?
Appreciate it. Okay. It came in a really nice Christmas box with the 3 wise men on it. Yeah, that was good. All of them standing in line at porta potties. But that's again neither here.
You can mix it with the wine I sent you too.
Thank you so much.
Last week, we're 11-3. I really don't care about the style points, but what is the one thing maybe that we learned from last week? You always want to learn off winning a game rather than losing. What's the one thing you think we learned last week that we got to correct going into this week?
Oh, I know there are as many reasons for why the running game isn't effective right now as there are players out there on the field and coaches in the locker room and on the sideline. And you just have to kind of go at it one at a time and kind of solve those puzzles. Why do we miss a guy at the line of scrimmage who's, a defensive lineman who's crashing down to stop the run, and we have a guy standing there ready to block him, and we just don't. And we just miss him. Why is that? Why does a running back maybe not kind of just pause for a second and let that hole open up? Why is a certain play called? I mean, there are just as many reasons as there are opportunities that weren't met on the offensive side. And then all that said, you come back out in the second half, and all of a sudden, what came first? Was it the running game or the passing game? Doesn't really matter because we were able to kind of do both in the second half, except on third down when we couldn't convert. But I just think that's that constant kind of chiseling away at what do we do well, what do we continue to need to work on, and quite frankly, are you at a point in the season now where, listen, if we're not aiming right and blocking right and all that and running the ball right now in week 15, are we going to be able to do it any better the rest of the way? So how do you adjust for that? And how do you keep Sam in the ball game throwing and get guys open and all that? So it's a kind of a real masterclass, I think, on piecing together game plans and doing what you do well.
Hey, what did you make of Sam's day overall? Mike McDonald seemed pretty proud of what he did.
Yeah. In fact, I know Dave noticed it too when there was at one point in that first half where I think we went backwards on 3 straight plays down in our own end of the field, and one of them was an illegal procedure call or a false start call, and Sam just threw the ball on the ground. He was ticked, and that was one of the first times I've really seen emotion from him out on the field, and that's a good thing. He's the leader, and so I think he is the guy who is going to rally this football team when he is clicking. And again, is it the chicken or the egg? Are we going to go out and throw the ball to loosen the defense up, to back them out of being around the line of scrimmage so that we can run? Or are we going to come out, run the ball at them hard as often as you can and try to loosen them up that way so you can throw in behind them? It's the question that coaches have to answer every week. And but I think Sam is up to the task, and certainly he surely looked at the video briefly from the last meeting. And 4 interceptions, they weren't all his fault, and we've all acknowledged that, I think. But he knows, too. He held on to the ball a little bit too long trying to make a play a couple of times, and that's when he got himself into trouble a little bit in throwing into traffic. I don't think that happens this week.
Voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible, on the call with Wyman on Thursday. Thanks, Rapes.
Okay, guys. See you later.
See you, Rape.
See ya. All right, still to come. Paul spoke with A.J. Barner and Rylie Mills earlier. Excited to hear those conversations. I haven't heard anything from Rylie. Rookie. Very, very cool. So that's starting at 12:30. At 12:45, you'll hear from Rylie. Coming up next, we're going to go over what happened in this Indy game and the questions we still have. You're listening to The Huddle.
The one and only Mark Schlereth with Wyman and Bob.
The offense made you feel kind of uneasy. 6 field goals. They could not get the ball in the end zone.
I think there's a lot to be said for finding ways to win. I think there's a lot to be said for when you don't have your best stuff, manufacturing yardage. Sometimes when the coaching staff puts a game plan together, it's not necessarily about scoring 50. It's about how do we win this game.
On Seattle Sports, on YouTube, and the Seattle Sports app.
Cliff Averill here, giving a big shout out to the biggest and the best in the Northwest. That's right, I'm talking about Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Time and time again, they've been voted the best resort and best casino with the best chicken wings. There's nothing like being the very best, so come check out everything this place has to offer. Hey, when they say the biggest and the best, they mean it. Everything's on the table at Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Find out more at muckleshootcasino.com and please game responsibly.
At Bible Law Group, we understand what it means to be local legal representation. From shopping at the Bon Marché, picking up gear at Chubby and Tubby, crying for Joey Cora, now for Cal, grabbing a burger while JP Patches clowns by. We live here and fight for you. That's why Bible Law gives local representation to those facing legal problems too big for prayers, even if you can't pronounce Squim or Puyallup. Our legal team has secured more than $40 million in settlements for our clients. We're ready to fight for you. Find us online at BibleLawGroup.com.
Well, it's pretty hard to believe the holidays are here, and now is a great time for fitness gifts for your friends and family, or maybe even for yourself. Hey, Brock Ewart here, and from weight sets and accessories to the complete home gym, my friends at Top Fitness is the place to shop, and doing it right now. Top Fitness got certified pre-owned, pre-core commercial treadmills that are the same models used in hotels and clubs that typically sell for over $13,000 and available for you. You ready for this? For $3,300. They look like new and they come with a full warranty. So don't settle for that lightweight, cheaper treadmill when you can get a deal this good. As always, you get free delivery and assembly on those Precor treadmills, ellipticals, and exercise bikes. It's no secret why everyone from personal trainers to pro athletes love Top Fitness. You can visit them in Tukwila, Linwood, or Bellevue, or go to topfitness.com for all the fitness enthusiasts on your holiday lists. Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
What does VA mean to me?
A place for my daughter to call home, thanks to the VA Home Loan.
A new lease on life. The best healthcare team I've ever had is here at VA.
And education, and the opportunity to open doors I never thought possible with my GI Bill.
The financial support I need to manage the disabilities I developed because of my service.
Get what you earn. Visit choose.va.gov.
Not all veterans are eligible for the type or amount of benefits mentioned here.
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made in America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This is the home of the Seahawks.
Going to let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN.
Seattle Sports.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Paul Moyer in from Michael Bumpus today. Paul Wyman and I are happy to have you, and I have a lot of questions for you two. And I apologize to two great defensive players, but I am starting with offense. And I'm concerned about the lack of first half scoring. And that is not to say I'm concerned about the offense. I think that this offense can still be really, really good. But it feels like we were talking with Rob Staton about it. Maybe like the teeth have come out a bit, certainly for first half yardage. So same question for both of you, and I'll start with Wyman. What do you see from the offense over the last couple games? They're averaging about 7 points in the first half, which is down from about 17 to start the season.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting because they started off with the fast starts, the first, 5, 6, 7 games. And then, you look at what they just haven't been able to get it together. For whatever reason, I know going in that every game is like its own entity. It's not like a carry forward from, what we've done in the past. You just have to kind of chip away. And I think Clint Kubiak is particularly patient. I think he's okay with just like a body blow type of fight in the first half and then kind of figure things out and crack it open in the second half. That didn't really happen offensively against the Colts. But I don't know. I thought more than anything, the thing that stood out to me is that there's a reason why they were 7-1, and it wasn't just, Daniel Jones. It was they have some really good pieces. I was really impressed with Latu. I've always thought is just one of the best pass rushers coming out of college. That Nate Cross kid on defense, strong safety. He played really well. So yeah, it was just one of those where you had to be patient. But it's kind of frustrating, I think, for fans mostly.
Yeah.
But I do think that's what Kubiak, one of his he doesn't get too anxious in the first half and kind of lets things play out. And then eventually, I know it was no touchdown scored, but we're blessed to have a really good kicker.
It helps. There's opportunities there. We were just looking at a play, the first drive of the second quarter. It's going to be an 80-yard touchdown throw to Shaheed. And we just don't quite block the edge rusher. And Sam's just about to make the throw. And Shaheed he's split. They wasn't a double team, but the safety got turned around. It's a touchdown. Those happen. And you guys hear it all the time. They get paid to have really good coaches and game plans, and you're in the 14th week of the season, or the 14th game of the season. there's really not much you can throw at them they haven't seen. They know your tendencies. They know the type of what you want to be as a team, right? And so Kubiak's got to change a few things. We got to still be more efficient when we are running the ball. We're so close. There's so many times I go, oh, my God, that thing's out the gate. It's gone. Or maybe the running back didn't take quite the right
Which
angle.
is better than being out of answers.
There's plenty of answers.
Yeah.
And there's plenty of people to solve those answers, too. Look, am I more confident this week against the Rams than I was the 5 weeks ago when we played them? No, but that's just because of the game we just came off of and the game that they just came off of. They beat Detroit, and they put a lot of points on the board, and they look good. They also gave up a lot of points. I think we're going to have a great game plan. When you go back and watch the game when we played them, we're a better football team than them.
Yeah.
We are a better football. We dominated that game. And we just got to get back there. A lot of it's on Sam. I mean, we can't sugarcoat it. We can't duck it or avoid it. It's a big game for Sam. And I think it's just more psychological for him and this team. Let's get over that hump. I don't need you to have an unbelievable game. I need you to be just Sam Darnold. And we need to win this game. I think it's going to be electric. I think it's going to be a great game against two of the best teams, if not the two best teams in the NFL.
Well, real quick, Stacy, I was going to say, when we lost to the Rams the first time, I think everybody was texting in and everything saying, oh, they have his number. And I said, well, if that same thing happens the next time we play him, then I'll say you're right. So I'm kind of, I'm going, I don't know. I don't know if that will be the case. But I thought he really learned a lot from that first meeting with them. So, yeah, I mean, and there were so many what ifs in that game. I mean, maybe the best punt I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, yeah.
That goes out at the 1 yard line.
Unfortunately for us.
Shaheed, Shaheed almost, gets a touchdown and ball's tipped away. You had a touchdown by K9 that was called back because of a hold. So, yeah, there was just a number of plays that it just very thin margins. And this is a really good team, as you mentioned, Paul. I mean, 75 points scored in that game. And, they put up 41 of them and over 500 yards. But, when I look at the Rams, I think the one place where they really got us is their run game. Their run game is really good. There was a 4-yard touchdown by, I think it was Kyron Williams, where there was just all of this motion and eye candy over to the outside, and their whole defense just flowed out there. And all you had to do was get 2 blocks. The center and the guard just sealed off, and he just walks in untouched. So they have a lot of really good stuff going on with their run game.
Paul, you mentioned maybe there would have been a little more confidence heading into the first iteration of this matchup than there is this time, but it doesn't mean they can't get it done. I think I still find myself having so much confidence in this defense, who have allowed 1 touchdown over 3 games. What are you seeing from them?
Well, I'm coming more from a fan standpoint on the confidence. That's not the players. Again, we talked with a couple earlier today. They're confident. They're ready for this game. This is a rival game. I mean, you don't normally think rival games in the NFL. Yeah, they do in college for sure. I mean, you have them, and this is a big one. I look at the last game, too, why we should be even more confident. The one thing we've got to fix. So, look, 6 field goals last week. We had 4 field goals against them the first time we played them. So moving the ball is good between the 20s and 30s, but eventually you got to get it in the end zone. I like the matchup. If they don't have Devontae Adams, I like it even more. Their run game makes me lose sleep at night. But, we'll see what happens with Charles Cross as well. So both teams are short week, got to figure it out. Not going to be probably a huge game change plan from the last time, just little tweaks. And this is one of those, usually the second time short week. It really is about who the best team is.
Before I get to a question for you, Wyman, as a reminder, as Paul mentioned, TBD on Devontae. I think he's going to make you lose sleep all week because they're probably taking this up to game time. We will, though, have an opponent preview with JB Long, who's a voice of the Rams over there. So we'll ask him kind of what he thinks might happen, but obviously massive there. A question for both of you as we kind of round out this segment. And Wyman, I'll start with you, but ultimately it was Paul's point, so feel free to go back and forth. I loved hearing how close this team is in some of those moments. This has felt to me like maybe the most complete team I've seen since 2015-16. It's not that they didn't have shutdown players, amazing players, but to be top 10 offensively, top 10 defensively is something they haven't done in a minute. They were top 5 in both categories not long ago. Yeah. How close are they? What do you need to see?
Well, I mean, I think it speaks volumes that everybody loves the kicker. No, I mean, honestly.
According to Bump, not a football player.
Yeah.
A player who plays on a football team.
You know, look, we've had Jason Myers on a number of times. We interviewed him one time, and I think Bob referenced that I'm one of those, guys that, thinks that kickers aren't football players.
Yes.
And he looks at me and goes, yeah, that's kind of an old man thing. And I was like, oh, I love this guy. He's flipping it back. But, yeah, I mean, I do think, as much as Mike McDonald is kind of seen as this football nerd, he really has a great connection with these guys. And I think it's the way he communicates. He's very direct. That's what everybody wants in the NFL. You just tell me how to get better. And I think all the things that he does that I think a lot of people would think are corny, where he has guys going for walks with each other and getting to know each other. And I remember, I think it was Jaron Reed was like, I've never really known the punter on any team that I've been on, and they all, know each other. And it's kind of corny, it's kind of high schoolish, but it's awesome. You're going to go out there and fight for your guys. You care about, and Mike talked about this from the very beginning, that he wants players that care about their teammates. And that's kind of what they have going. So now, does that win you football games? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, going down the stretch when times get tough and, you get encouraged by your, that was one of the things when I played, when I got a compliment from one of my peers, it was like somebody handed me a bonus check. I remember one time, Gary Reasons, remember that linebacker for the Giants? I've told the story a number of times, but he came across the field after having, whenever you play a team, you kind of watch, if you're playing in the division or whatever, you watch the other linebackers for me and safeties for you. And he came over and, said, hey, I think you do a good job on the inside. It wasn't glowing or anything, but I was like, damn. That feels good. And so when you get that kind of affirmation from your peers, I think it means something.
I used to praise you all the time, David. You never got that
Yeah,
excited
you never
about
mentioned Paul praising you.
No.
Because I was so used to it, Paul. All the praise that you heaped on me.
No, but you're right. I think, Stacy asked what's one thing or two they need to do.
Yeah. Well, I've only saved you 40 seconds.
That's all I need. Explosive plays.
Yeah.
Or look, teams have slowed down our explosive plays, which means I need more from Rashid. I definitely need it in the running game. I can't just have 8-yard runs as my long run. I got to pop a 30-yarder, a 40-yarder. Yeah. Same thing in the passing game, and it doesn't always have to come from JSN.
Yeah. Let's start there when we get to at 1:15 our more of a Rams preview. Let's bookmark that. I want to get back to whether or not there are opportunities for that against a tough LA defense, but not as good as Seattle's. I'll stand by it. Paul, you got a chance to talk with tight end A.J. Barner and rookie defensive lineman Rylie Mills. Both interviews coming your way next.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
Jaron Reed is with us. At this point of your career, when you've got a quick turnaround like this, Sunday game, now you guys are playing Thursday night. What have you done differently now to get prepped?
You just, move everything up. If you were to do anything later on in the week, you just move it up. And you have to be on it and sleep as well. Between body preparation and sleep is the main thing going into the Thursday game.
Only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Seattle's rainy season is here. Don't wait to replace your roof. Schedule your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com and get $500 off your roofing project. Our expert team creates a custom plan for your home, ensuring a smooth, worry-free installation even in the winter months. With material prices low and lead time short, now is the best time to act. Stop throwing money at costly repairs. Protect your home this winter with a new roof from your neighbors at 3Tree Roofing. Visit 3treeroofing.com today to secure your $500 discount. 3Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
I had pain, I had numbness in my feet. That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes, had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III! Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and it's time to make the final push to the end of the year. Do you want to lose weight, improve your health, and have more energy? We have a proven system and a team of health coaches that have helped over 4,000 people in Washington lose up to 10 to 20% of their body weight in just 8 weeks without expensive injections or uncomfortable side effects. No gimmicks, no tricks, no drugs, just teaching you how to become a fat-burning machine and keep it off long-term. Visit eastsideweightlossclinic.com now to schedule your free consultation.
Yeah, don't wait until the new year to start. Make a big change in your life now and take advantage of their biggest sale of the year, $300 off. I used Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and I lost 35 pounds in just 8 weeks. This is a plan you can definitely do around the holidays and still enjoy those delicious meals.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two, and you can do our program remotely from anywhere you live. Schedule your free consultation at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
This is The Huddle. Every Thursday from noon to 2.
On Seattle Sports. Earlier today, Paul Moyer had a chance to sit down with A.J. Barner. Let's take a listen.
Welcome back to the Huddle. I'm Paul Moyer, along with A.J. Barner. And first of all, welcome. I mean, short week. My first question is always, how's the body feeling? Because normally this is an off day for you.
Yeah, feels good. You know, I'm in my second year in the league, so body should be feeling pretty good. And at this point in the season, you know, everyone's got some stuff that they're dealing with, but the mental fortitude to just be like, yeah, like whatever. Like, I think I feel good mentally, physically, and use that to your advantage.
This is late in the season, you know, bye weeks, you know, sometimes they're early, sometimes they're late. You have a Thursday game now. It seems everybody's got them twice a year. Mm-hmm. What do you think about these short weeks? Are they? My guess is, one, they're hard, mm-hmm. but two is, well, you get 10 days coming off after this game. How do you feel about it, in particular this late in the season?
Yeah, I mean, it's both pros and cons to it. On the back end, you get some extra days off. I think it's probably a little bit more challenging on the offense to install a game plan and do all the things that you need for base down and third down and red zone, whereas defense kind of install, you know, your coverages that you've been playing. So maybe a little bit more difficult even mentally just to get the game plan down. But, you know, it's a short week, and I think it's also, too, just, like, having the mindset of, like, just being ready to go and just making plays when given the opportunity. So that's kind of my mindset going into it, and I think the rest of the offense and the team in general has that same vision.
A month ago, really 5 games, but a month ago you guys played the Rams.
Yeah.
How much change is in the game plan, particularly when you got a short week and it's the second time playing them?
I think definitely, some changes for sure. But yeah, I mean, we're the same team that we were then, and they're the same team that they were then. And football, it's a game of any given Sunday. So not too many changes. I mean, I'm sure we have definitely some different plays and different ways to attack them in. But at the end of the day, it's who's going to play cleaner football, especially on a short week. I think turnovers and penalties and just playing a clean game is ultimately what can give you the upper hand on a short week.
Well, I think 14 games into the season, probably not surprising a lot of people. I mean, you are who you are, with the type of system you guys run.
Yeah.
But do you guys look at statistics, or I'm starting to get into too much of a rhythm here with certain plays and make little subtle changes?
Honestly, I think as a player, for me, I can't really, fall into that. I think the coaches, you got to trust them to do their job and, make changes where they think it's necessary. But for me, I think the biggest thing is just doing my job play after play, whatever that is. And, you can get in the way of yourself by, thinking outside the box and waiting for a play to come to you, when in reality, you can make the play happen, So I think that's the biggest thing for myself as a player, is just doing my job play after play.
What is it about the Rams? I mean, they kind of reload. I think McVay, he's a great coach. I mean, there's some great coaches. I think you have one in Coach McDonald as well. What do they do that the other 31, I guess minus you guys, 30 teams don't do? What are the challenges for you guys?
They play clean football, and they play physical too. I think they got good physical players on the defensive side of the ball, especially up front. The edges play real well. I think it's a great challenge for myself anytime I go up against them, and I know I'm going to bring it, and so will they. And, they don't make mistakes. They don't beat themselves. They play physical. They know who they are, and they're well coached. And, in this division, we got really good teams, so, it's going to be a dogfight. And these games are really important. It's time for us to start to take that next step and win the division and win these games. So it's a big game for us.
It is big. It feels like a playoff game. I think the 12s are pretty jacked up for this one also. So with that being said, it's a huge game. It's the Rams. It really is for the NFC West and potentially the number one seed in throughout the playoffs.
Yeah.
What's Coach McDonald's message? I know, it's just another game, but it's got to be up there like rivalry week.
Yeah, he likes to keep it consistent with that message of just, doing what we do, controlling what we control, playing our style of football. That's Coach Mike's message for sure. But as players too, it's a big game. You want to play well, you want to step up, and you want to help the team win. So that's kind of my mentality with it. When we play the Rams and when we play these other teams that we see twice a year, you want to play well. So from a coaching perspective, going into the game, it's just any other game, but you might give a little more, you might strain a little harder. And I guess, too, with it being the short week, you got a few extra days rest, so you can empty the tank a little bit.
You guys are going to be that adrenaline. It's like a preseason game, regular season game, playoff game. It ramps up.
For sure.
In college, easy. Who your rival was at Michigan? It's Ohio State.
Yeah.
Maybe a minor one, Michigan State?
Yeah,
Yeah.
For sure, definitely rival.
Who's the rival for you guys here?
I think definitely the Rams and the Niners and the Cardinals. Anyone in our division, I think, is a rival for us. And what's cool for us too is I think every team wore their rivalry jerseys against us. I think I saw a graphic about that, which I think was kind of cool. That we're everyone else's rivals. So I think it's great to have these type of rivalries that we have, and that's what happens when you got good football teams that consistently win and have a lot of pride. And it's great that we have a division that we do because, it makes the other games maybe a little bit easier.
I take you a little to like the Oregon Ducks and all these teams that wear different uniforms.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite uniform you guys wear? By the way, that throwback's my era, so love that. And then what do you think about these rivalry uniforms for Thursday?
I really like the rivalry uniforms. I think they'll look great at night under the lights. The throwback uniforms are awesome. I'm really a big fan of those, and I honestly like wearing the gray pants. So whenever we pair the gray pants with the blue jerseys or the white jerseys, I'm a big fan of that. But honestly, I'm a big fan of all of our jersey combinations. I think we have great colors. But I think people will like the rivalries. I think they'll look really good. And I like how we went out on a limb and did something a little different. Like a lot of teams just did like a black jersey with their normal colors. Like we went out, tried something different, and I think it looks really good.
It will be unique. And we've never seen that. I remember in the offseason, you've probably been asked this a few times, but I haven't on this show. Coach McDonald said, AJ has become the alpha dog on this team. And, this is your second year. I mean, you're not even into your second year at that point. Is that always who you've been, or was it something you just felt was needed for this team?
I think it's always who I've been. It's been a little different along my journey. Like throughout high school, I've always been a leader and all that. And when I was at Indiana, I was that as well. And when I went to Michigan, I was only there for 1 year, so I was a bit challenging. But when I came to Seattle, I felt like I could step into that role. And quite frankly, for myself, it needs to be more consistent. Like I need to be an alpha 17 games out of the season, not every other game. So that's really what I'm working on. And to do that, like I mentioned, I just need to do my job over and over and over and do it with the same intensity and physicality as the first snap to the last. So it's something that I'm working on, but I am that alpha, and we have plenty of those guys on our team, and that's something that I need to continue to do.
Is that critique AJ's critique, or because you've had a good year? I mean, I don't know if you thought you'd be the third leading receiver coming in. I mean, obviously, you main guy, in the trenches as well.
Yeah.
Is that you just being critical? My guest coaches are pretty happy with you this year.
Yeah, I think my coach, Coach Mack, my tight ends coach, he knows the expectation that I have for myself, and he wants to hold me to that standard. And being that I do a lot of things on the offense and pass pro and run blocking and running routes, being a major part of that as well, it can be a bit of a challenge to do all those things and do it consistently well. And, the standard that I hold myself to, sometimes to a fault, I hold myself to a very high standard and want to be, one of the best tight ends, if not the best tight end in the league. And that doesn't happen overnight. But yeah, I want to be that, and I want to do everything I can to be that for my teammates. And part of that too, though, is like I said, doing my job over and over and playing for the guy next to me. So that's what I'll continue to do, and I think the rest of the team embodies that same mindset.
Well, the nice thing about this short week, you got 10 days after, and Christmas is next week. So let me ask, you a Christmas guy?
Of course. I'm not like huge holidays, but yeah, I gotta love Christmas.
You done Christmas shopping?
I need to do Christmas shopping. I have 3 sisters and my parents, and we also do like some gifts on the team. So I need to do Christmas shopping, but it's tough to find time these days.
All right. So I asked this to somebody earlier too, is we, as younger, our family gives us presents and stuff. What's the present you're looking for this year? What do you need?
I like gifts that are a little bit like unique to like the person that you're giving them to. Like for my mom, for example, I would like to give her something that like has a story behind it that might make me think of my mom or something like that. I appreciate gifts that have a story to them. So I like stuff that, maybe like I didn't ask for, but my mom or my dad, thinks that it resembles me. So I appreciate stuff like that. So nothing really on my list, but at the top of my list is a win this week and handling our business the rest of the way. So
love it. I love big game. I think this is going to be as loud a crowd as we've had in a few years on Thursday. And AJ Barner, I appreciate you spending time with us here on The Huddle.
Thanks, Paul.
Coming up next, someone we haven't heard about a ton. It's rookie defensive lineman Rylie Mills.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
Jaron Reed is with us. At this point of your career, when you've got a quick turnaround like this Sunday game, now you guys are playing Thursday night. What have you done differently now to get prepped?
You just, move everything up. If you were to do anything later on in the week, you just move it up. And you have to be on it and sleep as well. Between body preparation and sleep is the main thing going into the Thursday game.
Only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Hey friends, Stacy here. If you've been thinking about a new Ford, I've got great news for you. Family-owned and operated Wayscar Ford in Auburn is having their 103rd annual year-end holiday sales event. And this year, all new Fords are priced at only $1 over factory invoice. And that's on the entire Ford lineup. That's right. Every new Ford is priced at only $1 over factory invoice. That's before any rebates, customer cash, or low APR financing. Plus, they all come with a lifetime powertrain warranty included at no additional costs. And if you're pressed for time, no problem. They'll deliver your vehicle
vehicle to you. You'll never be pressured at Wayscar Ford, so you can purchase with confidence. That's because every single vehicle they sell comes with a full 5-day or 500-mile, 100% money-back guarantee. So if you change your mind for any reason, it's okay. Bring the vehicle back for a full 100% refund. The $1 over factory invoice sale is going on right now. Check it out at wayscarford.com.
Majority of the people that are coming to see us are within our community. These are people who are providing maybe services that we also use in our community. So the LJ way, to me, somebody can come into a retail setting and not feel like they got to have their guard up. And that's been a long-standing thing in the car business that, we've tried to shape.
Taught and bred, they made it really easy. You either take care of the customer or I will. So that empowered you. So if something does come up, to do the right thing.
It wasn't just working for a store, right? I was working for a legacy. I can't tell you how many people have come in and said, I've bought 3 cars here. My family has bought 7 cars here. My father or my mother have bought cars here. That's kind of rare nowadays, to get that type of longevity. You have to be doing something right.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Getting more as a MyLowe's Pro Rewards member is easier than ever with the Lowe's app. Download it today and earn 500 points the first time you log in. Plus, your digital wallet helps you scan, save, earn, and access what you need to manage it all in one place. Download the Lowe's app and take advantage of your Pro benefits today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 12/1/25 through 1/7/26. Offer valid for first login per organization only. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Additional restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
A bases clearing, 3-run double by Josh Naylor. Holy smokes!
Are you planning an event in 2026? Make it unforgettable at T-Mobile Park. Mariners suites and group tickets are perfect for any occasion. Fundraisers, school outings, work parties, family celebrations, and more. Enjoy customizable catering, flexible setups for 14 to 400 people, and epic game day views, all with the help of a dedicated Mariners rep. Get ahead and start planning your event today at mariners.com.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and if you have joint pain, this will be of interest to you. This Wednesday night at 6 p.m., Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, is having a free live webinar to talk about stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
What joints have you seen good success with?
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Learn more about stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, one of the most experienced in the country with over 20,000 stem cell procedures. Go pain-free in 2026. Join his free live stem cell webinar this Wednesday night at 6 p.m. Register at drmarkwagnermd.com. drmarkwagnermd.com.
Guys, leave weight gain, low T, and ED in 2025. For a limited time, Revive Men's Health Washington is offering free full diagnostic panels, a $400 value. It checks testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. Plus, qualified patients get up to 25% off select treatments now through year end. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com today.
This is The Huddle. Every Thursday from noon to 2
on Seattle Sports.
Earlier today, Paul Moyer sat down with rookie Rylie Mills. Let's take a listen.
Welcome back to The Huddle. I'm Paul Moyer with a special guest, somebody we haven't had a chance to talk with this year, and that's Rylie Mills. First of all, welcome, Rylie, and congratulations on getting back on the field and a great win on Sunday.
Appreciate it. Yeah, just got to keep it rolling.
I remember watching your highlight reel before you came out, and we all talk, and I said, "Oh, we got to get this guy." And I was curious, what draft pick. You'd be, first round, second round. Had a chance to go back again last week and watch and go, forgot how good he is. But you're 4 days removed from the injury. December 20th last year against Indiana in this, the college playoffs. First of all, do you remember that play? And did you know it was serious when it happened?
I do remember the play, but honestly, when it happens, I kind of thought it was just another football. Like you get hit, you get up. I knew something wasn't great. But I was able to walk off to the sideline and went to the tent, and my first thought, I guess the first opinion was, hey, it's just a little MCL sprain, you'll be good to go. So, my mindset on the sideline was like, I'm telling everyone, I'm good, I'm back for Georgia. I walked back like a mile and a half to my car after the game. I was like, yeah, I'm good. And then, you get the MRI, and they gave me the call and said, I torn it. So, just from there, you got to keep going. And, ended up here. So it kind of worked out perfectly.
Well, take me back to that, because I thought maybe you knew that night. Couple things too. I mean, look, you're going to the draft. You're going to be a high draft pick. When you hear the results of the MRI, what goes through your mind? Is it, oh man, I'm not playing anymore in the playoffs, or does this affect my draft status? What was going through your mind there?
I was just looking forward to Georgia. I think the way the team was rolling, we had such a bright future ahead, and we ended up in the national championship. So, but I think at that point, I knew we had something special on that team, and then to hear that news and just, all I wanted to do was go play. So I think that was really the driving factor. My rehab was just like, I just want to go out there and take another snap. I want to play again. But yeah, I think you just think about the team, and, for me being a captain, it's kind of like I can't be out there with my guys to lead them. So, on the bright side of it, though, it forced me to learn how to be a leader when I'm not, on the field and when I'm not participating in drills. So challenged me to learn how to, lead guys in different ways and kind of help the younger guys, kind of see the game the way that I had seen it, and some things that, may or may not help them.
Because you were captain at Notre Dame.
Right.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. So now we get into the new year, 2025. You got an agent. What's going through that from a rehab standpoint? I mean, obviously it happens very fast. Normally you're preparing for the NFL draft. You're going through all the drills, preparing for the combine. What are you now preparing for?
Yeah, I'm just trying to walk. I had to go about 6 weeks. I had to be on crutches. I couldn't put weight on my knee. So for me, it was just like, look, I kind of broke it down to small goals, was kind of how I did my whole rehab. So it was like, look, first step is when can I first walk? And then it was, when can I start, squatting and putting, some weight in the bar? And then it was running and then drills. So I kind of broke each aspect of it down into little goals, just so, because when you first start and you're trying to like, oh, how do I go from here to playing? It seems like a massive mountain, but, kind of with everything in life, you got to break it down into small parts and just attack it that way.
Okay, so last question about before the draft and getting the Seahawks. So what's your agent telling you now? Because you're expected late first, second round for sure. Most of the ratings on there. What's your expectation going into the draft? And then now a little follow-up. Did you think the Hawks would be one? But was a fifth round at that point because of your injury? Was that the expectation? Yeah,
my agent had kind of told me, he was straight with me, and that's why I'm with him. He's great, Tommy Condon. He told me, he's like, look, a lot of teams, it's tough for GMs to pick a guy that's not going to be available right away. And, I knew it's kind of like, it's like you're buying a car and you're like, hey, this car got in a car crash, but, it's going to be all good and it's going to drive great. But it's definitely going to, shy some people away. And, I knew that, but it also kind of reinforced me that, whoever decided to pick me and, wherever I ended up, they're going to want me because they actually want me. And, not because of the year I had, but because of, how I approach the game and how I, have worked for it. And I think, when I did my 30 visit with Seattle, I really envisioned myself here. And, I hit it off great with the coaching staff, with AD, with Hines, Coach Frage. So, I think it all just worked out once I got the call and kind of had a feeling it would be them. I was just like, it's perfect. And, I wouldn't want it any other way.
Oh, I know, listen to John Schneider and Coach McDonough. I mean, they sing your praises, which is great. So now we're into this season. And it's kind of weird because you can't really practice, right?
Yeah.
And so your first practice is like 3 weeks ago?
Yeah. Yeah, my first, yeah.
Is it like riding a bicycle? And when did you finally feel like, okay, I'm practicing? Did you feel comfortable before the game? Like I trust this knee now, and yeah, I'm good to go.
Yeah, really the knee, the knee's been 100%. And like once I was out to practice, I've never really worried about the knee. It's really just getting back to technique and fundamentals and the speed of the game. And obviously the first week, you're like, man, things are flying. And, I know I've been watching the whole season in OTAs, but when you're actually in there, it's a little bit quicker. So it took me about a week to kind of really get, more comfortable with just back to fundamentals. But yeah, it's like riding a bike. Like at first you're going to fall a bit, you're going to, get knocked over. But, the cool thing is that every single practice and every day I've gotten just a little bit better. So it's really cool to see that improvement of me, climbing and getting back each time.
Well, I think it says a lot for them to even put you in. You're a rookie who's coming off knee surgery. So talk about last week's game. I mean, they throw you right in there. I mean, I think you got 7 or 8 snaps, but you were in early in the game. So I'm like, wow, is he going to play 20, 30 snaps? But did you know how many you were going to play and get thrown in that quick?
I knew they had a little rep count on me just because it was my first game back, and that's kind of how practice had been. But I really had no idea. I kind of had an idea I'd be back a little bit earlier, but yeah, I mean, I just know, once they called me up, I was like, all right, I'm ready to go. And, once you finally get out there and all the nerves go away, you're like, all right, this is just football. This is what I've done my whole life. So it was surreal to be out there, especially 6 days when it's almost a year before my injury. So, I was proud just to be out there and that all my work and all the people that had helped me had kind of led to this moment. But, now we got to keep going, and it's on to L.A.
Visiting with Rylie Mills, got his first action after, the 5th round pick would have been higher if not for that knee surgery. All right, so how's the body feeling? And what are you prepping for with the Rams? They're tough. I mean, they great running game. What are you prepping for on such a short week? And again, how's that body feeling?
Yeah, for me, I know I got a little bit limited action, so it's not too crazy. I mean, I always kind of go through my rehab routine, and Mark and CJ and the guys in the training staff have done a great job of kind of getting me prepared on how to recover for that. So I'm feeling really good. And, now the turnaround is just watching the film and going back to that last game we played and seeing things we can improve and, watching their last couple of games. So for us, we just got to come off the ball and, attack them and, play physical and dominant how, we've been doing all year.
When I watched your highlight reel, you could play anywhere on the D-line. I mean, I pick it, whether it's 3-4, 4-3-1. What do you think your strength is? And are they keeping you mostly at one spot right now for the Seahawks?
Yeah, I mean, that's something I pride myself on in the draft was put me wherever you want. I'll go in and play. And, that's kind of great because now, we got such a dominant defensive line that wherever there's a spot where they need someone, I'm going to be the first one to say, hey, put me there. So, yeah, I think right now it's kind of like, hey, where are you able to take reps? And, we got some veteran guys in there. So, I'm just trying to go in there and, find a role and do something to help the team win. And, yeah, I think for me, my biggest strength is I'm just going to be strong and physical, and I'm going to try to put my, my head in the fire.
Like to think, last one here, we got Christmas coming next week. You a Christmas guy, and you got all your Christmas shopping done?
I do. I've got most of it done. I've still got a little bit more to work on, but I've done better this year. I've got more planned out.
So the last question is, parents usually give you a gift. What gift you looking for this year?
Oh, I said a rice cooker. I've been big on my meal prep and stuff, so I'm like, I've always do the minute rice. I'm like, I got to find a better system for this.
Well, I love it. Again, thank you. Again, short week coming in. Rylie Mills, our first time having a chance to talk with him. Big things expect. Can't wait for this week, and best of luck to you on Thursday.
Appreciate it.
All right.
We are going in the trenches with Ray Roberts next.
The Mike McDonald Show, the morning after every Seahawks game at 9:30 with Brock and Salk.
You called yesterday a great win by and what great teams do. What does that mean?
Great teams win games. It's the NFL. Games unfold certain ways. Sometimes it doesn't go the way you want. You got to work with it, It's like it is what it is. And then you got to go find solutions and solve problems and move forward and keep playing and try to figure out ways to win. And our guys did that.
Get the podcast on the Seattle Sports app.
What does VA mean to me?
A place for my daughter to call home, thanks to the VA Home Loan.
A new lease on life. The best healthcare team I've ever had is here at VA.
And education, and the opportunity to open doors I never thought possible with my GI Bill.
The financial support I need to manage the disabilities I developed because of my service.
Get what you earn. Visit choose.va.gov.
Not all veterans are eligible for the type or amount of benefits mentioned here.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Look, it's never too early to plan for retirement, right? Whether it's decades away or maybe just around the corner, Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors can ensure you feel prepared for this financial shift. It's Mike Salk here, and my friends at Trajan Wealth offer tailored insights and strategies designed specifically for investors with $500,000 or more in savings looking for ways to optimize those funds. Start with an introductory meeting. That's what I did. They'll explain their strategy, which is tailor-made to your specific needs and goals. They'll help you with the accumulation phase of life, which most of us are in now, but then also with the plans for using that money in retirement and beyond. All without paying more than your fair share in taxes, right? Super helpful for someone like me who doesn't exactly spend every day staring at stock quotes. Call the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth today to schedule your free consultation at 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300 or TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC. SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The Pacific Northwest is the perfect backdrop for the holiday season. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law reminds us that the roadways don't always agree.
It's that combination of additional travel, changes in routine, and winter weather that make this the most dangerous time of the year to be behind the wheel.
Any safety tips to help commuters keep the holidays joyful?
The number one cause of accidents remains distracted driving, even during the holidays. So store that cell phone in a place that eliminates temptation. It's imperative we set the example for our teens. Also, be aware of abrupt changes in the weather and prepare for it. Sometimes it's as simple as allowing additional distance for following or stopping. Lastly, make sure your vehicle is properly maintained for winter.
That includes four-wheel drive and chains when required at the pass. Please follow these safety precautions from my good friends at Pendergast Law and keep you and your neighbors safe this holiday season.
Happy holidays from all of us at Pendergast Law.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
When you're at home and next to your windows, do you notice cold air or a draft when the wind blows? How about moisture or leaking during a rainstorm? Dave Wyman here, and after 20 years in our home, our window seals started breaking. A failed window can do major damage to your home, and the older the window, the more likely it is to fail. That's why right now is an excellent time to have Harley Exteriors come by for a no-charge consultation. That's exactly what I had done over the summer, and not only were they extremely knowledgeable about all things windows, I found them to be polite, professional, and respectful. In other words, people you want to do business with. Harley Exteriors has a special offer for Seattle sports fans. Buy 3 windows, get 1 free. No payments or interest until 2027. And take an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today. They'll give you an honest assessment and quote. Go to harleyexteriors.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. This is The Huddle.
The handoff inside. He's going to go! Touchdown! Seahawks!
Exclusively on Seattle Sports on 710. Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app with hosts Michael Bumpus, Stacy Rost, and Dave Wyman. Time to go inside The Huddle.
And we are going in the trenches with Big Ray Roberts joining us right now. Ray, how's it going?
Doing all right. How you guys doing?
Good. I was going to start with a question about the offensive line. It's a great place to start with you. You're the expert, but I'm going to instead start with this. This is going to be a big rivalry game. Seahawks wearing their rivalry uniforms. I'm wondering, what did rivalries mean when you were playing? Did you feel that difference? Did you get out there and no, I definitely want these guys to lose extra. I want it to be hurtful.
Well, to be honest with you, when I played in Seattle, I don't think we're ever good enough to say that we had a rivalry. And so, your first year and you're 2-14, you ain't rivaling anybody. But I will say, when I went to Detroit, at the time it was like the black and blue division. So when you played, Tampa Bay and Chicago and Green Bay, it was like a dogfight. And so, when you went into those games, it was like you're preparing for hand-to-hand combat for real. And so those games, you did have a little extra mustard, so to speak, on what you're doing. You might be a little more chipper, and a lot of times it did have playoff implications. So in Detroit, we're always having to win at this time of the year to get to the playoffs, and a few times we did it, while we were there. But yeah, so it does put a little bit extra on these types of games.
Well, it had to have been a little bit the Raiders since you fought their entire defense, Ray. I mean, exactly. Come on.
I forgot about
it. Got me today. I forgot about that game.
You talk about extra mustard. I mean, you were motivated for that one. But, hey, what did you see out of Sundell specifically? He just seems like a very steady player, and Paul was just describing, when there was a mistake that he sort of made up for. What'd you see from him?
Yeah, to me, the biggest difference between he and Olu is that he just seems to have a little bit more fast twitch muscle fibers happening. So he can get up to the second level a little quicker and a little faster, and then he does have the athleticism to adjust for mistakes or maybe the aiming point not being exactly right. He can overcome some of that stuff. Whereas Olu is big, strong, smart. He's going to be in the right place at the right time. Don't know that he has the same explosion or even able to sometimes get to the to that second level when you're trying to run that stretch zone as efficiently and as quickly as Sundell can get there. And I didn't really see any drop off, and I was fine with them making the switch. That's kind of like the old school stuff. Like you don't lose your starting job, due to injury. And Olu, as well as he played, didn't play so well that you went oh my gosh, we have a hard decision to make here. So it's almost like a push. So you kind of push in favor of the guy that started the season.
Well, Ray, we've struggled starting the game the last few weeks. That's the negative. The positive is second half's been fantastic. So who are we? And give me the confidence going into Thursday night while we're going to be more of that second half team than the first half.
Well, this is what I've sold myself on, Paul, is that they must have been just holding something in the pocket for this game. They had to be just saying we can win this game without this set of plays or something, because the last three games in the first half, I think they've probably averaged around 80 yards and somewhere around 7 or 8 points. And that's not gonna get it, especially down the stretch here. And so to me, you have to do one or two things. You either have to get a drive going to where you can start to win the field position battle, where they're having to chase field position all night, where they have the long field to go and you have the short field to go. Or you have to put some points on the board and have them chase the points, or do both. I think last week Seattle was in that situation where they didn't get on the board first, and they didn't have the field position. So the entire game, they were chasing field position and 3 points. And luckily, they got decent field position on that last kickoff return to give them a chance to then make up for those 3 points that they were chasing the entire night. But I do think that what we've seen in the second half, Paul, and you kind of pointed this out a couple of weeks ago, was in the second half, Darnold just seems to be more settled. I don't know if he has I don't want to say it first half jitters, but maybe his energy level is just a little more jacked up, and his feet doesn't seem as settled in the pocket. He doesn't seem as sure about the throws he wants to make. And then all of a sudden, the second half, it seems like he's a little bit more calm and relaxed. So I think whatever those plays are and whatever mindset that is that they can get him in the second half, they need to treat the warm-ups as the first half, and the first half is the second half, and get him going, because it's going to be crucial in this game.
What did the defense do so well the first time around? Paul and Wyman and I are going to jump into a preview coming up later this hour, but maybe you can help us get started here, because that's going to be a big focus of mine coming up later in this hour. What did you see last time defensively from Seattle?
Well, I was, jumping off the diving board in Mexico the last time, so I can't say that I saw all of what the defense did. But I will say this: one way or the other, this defense, the thing that I like about them is they make it extremely hard to do just about anything that the offense wants to do. Like, even in some of the games in the first half, it looks like, oh man, the offense is moving the ball, and then they get across the 50-yard line, and then they stop them. Like a couple games ago, I think it was Atlanta was across the 50-yard line 6 times and came away with 9 points. And so they make it hard to run the football. They make it difficult throwing the football because they can get pressure on the quarterback. And then once you think that you're entering into the red zone, they can shut that down and keep you from getting touchdowns. And so it's kind of hard to win with all field goals, even though the Seahawks did that last week with 6 of them. But I think that, to me, is like the trademark of this defense. There's a lot of things that they do well, but the thing to me that is the most impactful is that they can tend to kind of adjust to whatever it is that you are trying to get done, and then they find a way to slow that down, whether it's the second drive or the first drive or whatever, they're able to do that. And in this game in particular, it's going to be important I think Leonard Williams has been a little bit quiet, in just his raw stats in the last few games. I don't know if he's had a sack or hits on the quarterback. He's made some big plays and eaten up some double teams and all that kind of stuff. But we really need him to kind of be that all-pro guy that we saw at the last year and the beginning of this year, where he's in the backfield making an impact in the run game and in the passing game, because then it opens it up for the Robin to his Batman, so that whether it's Jaron Reed or Byron Murphy, they can get to doing their thing. And then Nuosu, we haven't heard from him a whole lot here in the last few weeks, and so it'd be kind of good to get those two guys cranked back up and get them on the stat board.
He is big, Ray Roberts. You can hear more from him on the Seahawks pre- and post-game show on Thursday night. Thanks, Ray.
Yeah, you guys have a good one.
Have a good one. All right, guys. Well, let's continue our own preview here. That's coming your way next.
The one and only Mark Schlereth with Wyman and Bob.
The offense made you feel kind of uneasy. 6 field goals. They could not get the ball in the end zone.
I think there's a lot to be said for finding ways to win. I think there's a lot to be said for when you don't have your best stuff, manufacturing yardage. Sometimes when the coaching staff puts a game plan together, it's not necessarily about scoring 50. It's about how do we win this game.
On Seattle Sports, on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. For over 30 years, Big Trees has been helping homeowners and businesses move trees with advanced equipment and a professional and proven transplant process. Need a tree moved on your property or off-site? Trust the experts at Big Trees. Learn more about our transplanting process at bigtreesupply.com.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hello, John here with Happy Hauler, your eco-friendly junk removal company.
Did you know that all the viable items we remove are sorted, then distributed to low-income and transition housing? We proudly work with Solid Ground and also Mary's Place Make a Home program. Your unwanted items can have a second life, making a big impact for local people transitioning out of homelessness or escaping abusive situations. This holiday season, let's help those that need it most. Happy holidays, or should I say, happy holidays.
Every season is a little bit different here in Washington, but I'll tell you what, the amount of rain never seems to change in the winter, and we have sure gotten a ton of it this season. All that rain, all that water, it's all got to go somewhere. And if it makes its way into your crawl space, that's when it can create all sorts of problems, including real structural damage, which could really affect your home. But more importantly, for the health of your family, the water in that crawl space could create toxic mold, and that has serious health repercussions. Thankfully, we have Crawl Pros. They can come in and keep your crawl space dry, install a sump pump and drainage, and reroute that water back out and away from your home. They'll also take care of any mold that may have been created. Don't take the risk. It's too important. The best way to learn if you have any water is to ask Crawl Pros to visit your home and inspect your crawl space for free. Crawl Pros will go where you don't want to. So if you're worried about water damage, mold, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
I go to Starbucks every day. They introduced the app a number of years ago. I was a very early adopter to mobile ordering with their app. I don't need the cashier experience. I don't need standing in line. I can bypass all of that. That's an efficiency for me. Customers want the same thing. We video inspect all of our cars when they come in for a service appointment. So when we're doing a maintenance visit here, we do a video inspection of your vehicle. The technician shows you what your tires are at, what your brakes are at, what your filters are at. That's what we're sending to people. They open it, they look at it. We generally give them 3 choices. Hey, you can do the minimum, do something in the middle, or do it all. They're in a meeting, but we've met them where they want to be met for quick and efficiency. And that's meeting a lot of new tech customers, but also just transparency, because they can see that video inspection.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and if you're somebody with joint pain, this will be of interest to you. This Wednesday night at 6 p.m., Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, is having a free live webinar to talk about stem cell therapy.
Hi, it's Dave Wyman, and this live webinar is a great education on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
Whether it's a hip like I had, a shoulder, elbow, knee, or even wrists and ankles, this live webinar will explain the procedure and how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells.
Learn about stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, one of the most experienced in the country with over 20,000 stem cell procedures.
Go pain-free in 2026. Join his free live stem cell webinar this Wednesday night at 6 p.m.
Register at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
Back to the Huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
All right, guys, if we look at the first matchup between these two teams, which unfortunately the Rams won, you can see the Seahawks outgained the Rams 414 net yards to 249. They held the Rams to 2 of 11 on third down. They had more first down than the Rams. They won time of possession. They ran more plays than the Rams. Matthew Stafford was held to a season-low 130 yards. If you didn't look at the final score, you would think it might have been flipped, maybe a close win for Seattle, and instead a field goal, a long field goal, falls short, understandably so, and it's not enough. So let's talk about why this game can be different for Seattle. Paul, I'm actually going to start with you for this one because I wanted to table this part of your conversation. You want to see more explosive plays from the Seahawks offense.
No, for sure. Just lately, we're not having them, particularly in the running game. You got to pop a 30-yard play. We were the most explosive team by a long shot the first 9 games of the season. We're still there, but it's dropped quite a bit. And it's going to happen. I mean, when teams have 14 games on you, they know your formations, your tendencies, so you got to tweak it a little bit. And it really does start to become, as the season progresses, about who the best team is. But why different? I think a couple of things. One is Sam's not going to turn the ball over 4 times. You're not throwing 4 interceptions. And there was the first interception he had, great scheme. They saw something we had done offensively. The safety, backside safety, literally just dropped coverage in that double team and just sprinted over it. And there's no way Sam Darnold would have ever thought that safety would be there. That happens. His last interception, not good. We're in field goal range. We didn't need to push it. When I talk about Sam, I say Sam is capable, what he did the first 9 games, of making incredible throws, contested throws, small windows. He can get the ball in a very tight window. You can't throw into a closed window. And he threw the tight end seam. That's a closed window. There's nothing there. And then the same one on the last one, he tried to make a play. Sam's not going to do that again. At the same time, we don't want him taking 4 or 5 sacks either. The other was, look, we had a touchdown call back. We got a touchdown from K9. That gets
Forgot about
back.
that.
We've got a ball that's an inch or 2 away where Sam could put just a little more air to Shaheed. That's a touchdown. And 4 field goals, we got to score. And that's the one thing. We can't live off field goals. So if you're going to say what's going to be different, we destroyed them in statistics. That's why we always say statistics are for losers, because that's all we got to hang our hat on is, yeah, but we outgained them. They're a really good football team. I don't think we're going to double the yardage and all those things, but we're also not going to turn the ball over 4 times. We just got to play a little better. I thought we were a better team than them 5 weeks ago. I'm not completely, I've only 2 days into this, so I haven't studied all the film on the Rams the last 4
You guys
games.
didn't get a lot of prep for this turnaround.
I don't think that's going to change that much. And it's going to come down to Sam Darnold just having a Sam Darnold good game for us to win.
Yeah, your point about the explosive plays, like also in the run game. I mean, and they were starting to creep in there the last few weeks where, you'd look at the report on the NFL GSIS has the 10 longest plays. And this last week, they were all Sam Darnold. All Sam Darnold. So we don't, more explosive run plays, I think is really necessary. I feel like there's been a few times where, like K9, can't remember the game, but he just gets taken down at the last second. I mean, he's gone, and then you were describing a lot of different instances where, that it was just like a shoestring tackle or a guy just needs to, take a certain route or whatever. But that I think is going to be huge. But this is a team, I mean, look, if you believe in matchups, they matched up very well with them last time. And it's like I was saying earlier, it's a lot of what if plays. Yeah. But A.J. Barner said it in your interview, they don't beat themselves, and they're a very disciplined team. There was a security guy that used to be here that worked for Sean McVay, and I used to talk to him all the time. And he said Sean McVay is like a teacher. Like they don't do any of the, hey, let's get together and, talk and all, show videos and stuff like that. They just go right to their rooms and they work on everything. So they're a very disciplined team. And what shows that they had 2 penalties last week, over 500 yards, 2 penalties for 8 yards. It went 3 for 3 on 4th down. And then, I was just looking at like the penalties really that count or that can kill you are pre-snap. They're number one in the NFL. They have 20 pre-snap penalties, but the Seahawks are right behind it. They're tied for second with 25. So they just play very clean football, as AJ told you, Paul, and they don't beat themselves. So that's kind of what happened the last time. I think there was some good stuff that came out of that game with Darnold. Like you've seen him since then not try a little bit. The other day, he had a couple of plays where he steps up in the pocket and kind of, it looked like he was going to tuck it and run, and then all of a sudden he, throws it. And he had some success with that. But I think he's much more measured about, and cautious about, throwing into some of those, like you said, closed windows.
Closed windows are fine. But for us to get to the Super Bowl and win it, Sam's got to make those contested tight window throws. He's capable of. He was unbelievable for 9 games.
Yeah.
And that's not flukish. I think sometimes people push back on that and they go, oh, well, maybe it was just 9 weeks. You guys are former players. 9 weeks of doing something that's who you are.
It's not luck.
He's had 1 bad game. And 2, maybe he didn't play well in. But that's about it. Let's go take 2 years. He's the winningest winningest quarterback over the last 2 years. He's got the most comeback wins in the 4th quarter of any quarterback the last 2 years. it's pretty good sample size. So there's something about him rather than be, he's just been with some great defenses or running games. No, he's a big factor. He's capable. One game, one team cannot ruin that. And that's why, again, I think this week it's probably more important for the 12s for us to get over, oh my gosh, the Rams are playing against Sam, because there's a good chance we'll have to play him again in the playoffs, hopefully here in the NFC Championship game or wherever that might be. So big game. It's a big game for Sam and obviously this team.
Julian Love did not play in the last game. I know he has been on a pitch count since returning, so it's not like you have 100% out there 100% of the time, Julian Love. But let's spend our last 2 minutes here, and we'll just you two can go for it. I want to know your thoughts about this defense. Sam Darnold, you're right, Paul, is getting so much of the spotlight. I feel like Seattle's defense should deserve more against Matthew Stafford. They gave him more headaches than anyone else this year. Yeah,
I like what Ray said, though. I mean, we put a lot of pressure on Leonard Williams, right? But it needs to make some plays, you know, and we've gotten used to that. Julian Love, I think, has been very, very missed. And I think just because Ty Okada has played really well and filled in and he's made some plays, but it's not the same without him. He reminds me of back in the Legion of Boom days, Earl Thomas would all of a sudden be like a blur, and you're like, did I just see that? You know, he just would appear on the scene and, you know, and make plays. And the guy that's most like that is Witherspoon. But a very close second. Well, and actually, even Warrior is starting to get into that range too, where it's like, damn, where did that guy come from? But Julian Love, man, he's such a smart player, and I really, you know, I think they've really missed him. So I think the more that he could possibly be the X factor.
Yeah, I agree, because Sean McVay is all about matchups. He's going to find the matchup he wants. And the one thing, you go back to the Atlanta game when Love was on Pitts early. You know, Ty is a little shorter. You know, Ty doesn't have maybe quite the cover ability as Love. I think Ty Okada's had a phenomenal season. It's just you got a Pro Bowler in Julian Love, and there's actually maybe some things Ty does better than Julian. But when the coverage and reading the quarterback and all that, it's just nice to have a veteran. I think the matchups are better. And if they don't have Adams this week, I'm really curious to see what – we don't blitz a lot. We don't play a lot of man, but this could be a game for a little bit more man-to-man with an emphasis on Puka.
I know you guys have questions about the Rams. I have questions about the Rams, including whether or not Devontae Adams is even going to play in 2 days. We're going to be joined next by Rams play-by-play voice J.B. Long.
Calling all Seahawks fans, this is Cliff Averill. I'm here to announce Away Game Rumble at Muckleshoot Casino Resort, sponsored by Corona and Modelo. Take football Sundays to the next level with a free viewing party at Galaxy for every away game. Count on giveaways, specials, big screens, big action, and so much more. Full details at muckleshootcasino.com/rumble. Don't miss Away Game Rumble, only at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So what are you reading?
I'm checking out the ratings on the new TVs, and it looks like Samsung, LG, and Sony got the best scores.
Just like last year. What about those new high dynamic range TVs?
They got the highest scores of all, but their prices are really high.
Did you check online?
Yeah, their prices were about the same.
Well, there's one place where we can get a hot deal on those top-rated models.
Where?
At Video Only. Check out the ratings on TV stores.
I see. Video Only scored better than the others.
So, if you want the best deal on the best TVs,
then we should take our TV ratings and head over to top-rated Video Only.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In South Center, Bellevue, Linwood, Federal Way, and Tacoma, Video Only.
Guys, if you're worn down, putting on weight, dealing with low T symptoms, or ED, something's off. Ignoring symptoms doesn't fix the real issue. For a limited time, Revive Men's Health Washington is offering free full diagnostic panels. A $400 value. It checks testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. The key areas that reveal what's driving low T, ED, and more. Plus, qualified patients get up to 25% off select treatments now through year end. This gives you a clear answer on what's off and the steps to improve it. Over 120,000 patients have trusted Revive since 2011 because the results are real. Claim your free full diagnostic panel today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
This is the home of the Seahawks.
Going to let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN.
Seattle Sports.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Rams play-by-play voice JB Long joining us right now for an opponent preview. JB, how's it going?
Hey, Stacy, it's going great. I thought I'd join you from the 101 down here in Los Angeles to get the real authentic, rivalry.
Yeah, very LA feel. I love it. I'm going to start with a very obvious place. You can guess where this is going. What's up with Davante Adams? What's the latest?
Yeah, he's kind of had a nagging hamstring injury that seemed like he got pretty good in the second half of that game on Sunday against the Detroit Lions. So, tough week to be on a short turnaround. I'm sure the odds are stacked against him physically, but from what I heard today, they're not going to rule him out just yet.
Hey, JB, this is kind of a question that we've asked here. I mean, there's obviously lots of answers to the question of what makes JSN so good, but I'd ask the same thing about Puka Nacua. What is it that makes him, I mean, he just seems like he's such a well-rounded just football player, but what is it about him, a couple of things that make him so good?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an ever-changing picture. I think what he doesn't get enough credit for is how improved he's been, because he had that record-setting rookie season, which started in week 123 up at your place. I think people just kind of assume that he's always been this all-pro talent. And it's true. He's put 3 all-pro worthy seasons together. But I think where he is at this moment is the best blocking receiver in the sport. He's become a vertical threat. He's become a route runner. And last week was his first true drop in a season that already has 100 catches. So he's got the surest hands, the most physical body. His contested catch rate has gone way up. And then the last thing I'll land on is what's different this time around is with Devontae, aligning as a true X. Now Puka's playing in that move slot type position that we saw Cooper Kupp thrive in for so many years here in Los Angeles.
I think you should tell Devontae to sit this one out and rest up for 10 days. It'd be good for him. We got to get ready for the playoff stretch. Hey, since we played you guys are 3-1, a little hiccup against Carolina. We're 4-0, and yet it feels like we're actually not playing as well as when we played you guys. You guys actually are 3-1. It feels like you're playing better. What has changed, if anything, over the last 4 games for the Rams?
Yeah, that is weird, right? When you win a game without scoring a touchdown, how kind of dirty that feels, even though it's a good thing. Like, normally that should be a good sign. And defensive wins count, too. The loss in Carolina is really costly. There's a world in which the Rams finish that game, Matthew Stafford doesn't turn it over 3 times. And in terms of their pursuit of the 1 seed in the NFC West, this game doesn't even matter. And I'm putting doesn't matter in air quotes as I drive here. So, that loss, I think, really elevates the stakes of this game. But I also think there's a narrative where that loss in Carolina could prove to be the best thing that ever happened to the Rams, right? That was the end of a streak of 28 straight touchdown passes without a giveaway from Matthew Stafford. When he's been ball secure, the Rams have won. They also didn't do a good enough job on early down run efficiency, on defense in particular. And that's been a real hallmark for them, with former Seahawk Poona Ford leading the way. So I think the other thing that I would highlight that's different is at that stage, the Rams seem to have turned a corner in their secondary. They were getting healthy and trending towards full health, and they were really taking away some opponents' passing games, albeit against Jared Goff and one of the most prolific passing attacks in the NFL. I think the concerns about can they hang with the likes of a JSN against a dynamic passing attack have resurfaced. Like, if defense wins championships, is this defense going to be good enough to get the Rams all the way to Santa Clara? I would probably say that's a different vibe down here than it was a month or 5 weeks ago.
What are some of the names you guys are talking about, or that maybe fans are concerned about when they have those conversations?
With respect to the Rams in the secondary?
Yes.
Yeah, so, Emmanuel Forbes was playing like a first-round draft pick. And I think he had some great moments last week against the Lions. But as much and Forbes and Ahkello Witherspoon getting back to full health, I think it really, Stacy, ties together with the pass rush. Because no one knows more than Sam Darnold how devastating the Rams can be when they're winning with their front four. And right now, they're just not generating the pure wins, the organic pressures, the pass rush that doesn't require blitzing or games up front that he experienced twice with the Vikings last year and again in the game head-to-head with the Seahawks this year. I think that's probably the untold story of where the Rams are right now, is because they're so vaunted and respected with their pass rush, it might be mapping or disguising a little bit the fact that it hasn't really been as pronounced and dominant as the Rams would like recently.
JB, how do Rams fans, and I know that players are very respectful, but as far as Sam Darnold goes, there's lots of people here that are skeptics of Sam Darnold that think that the Rams have his number, whether it's the 9 sacks when he was with Minnesota and the 4 interceptions. What's sort of the vibe surrounding Sam Darnold in LA?
It's a good question, and I remember saying prior to the first matchup that none of the history between Darnold and the Vikings and the Rams matters unless it matters to him, right? Like, if it's echoing around his head, then it matters. But if it doesn't bother him, then it shouldn't impact the game. Well, when you go out and have a 4 interception performance, now I think it certainly does look like it matters to him, and it's something that he's thinking about. Whether that's true or not, only he can say. Whether that factors into a Thursday night contest, just a few more sleeps and we'll know one way or another. But my response from, talking to our audience is, that's not a question for me or for the Rams. That's a question of, how do the Seahawks fans feel? like if there was a true takeaway from that first matchup, it's did the Rams cast doubt in the minds of the Seahawks that they can get through January with this quarterback, that though they've built a championship roster, and I think it's a championship roster, do they have the quarterback who can navigate it to a Lombardi trophy? You guys would know, and your audience would know better than I, what that looks like, sounds like, feels like, but I think Thursday night will be maybe the most important data point in that conversation.
No question, because he's played well outside that one game against the Rams, and I'm excited to see this. I think these are both Super Bowl teams, and they got to prove it Thursday. Hey, one thing, we're wearing our rivalry jerseys this week. The Rams are as well. Matter of fact, I think every team in the NFC West wore their rivalry jerseys against the Seahawks. Who are the Rams' main rival? Is it Hawks, 49ers?
That's a great question. It's definitely San Francisco, I think, in terms of the vitriol. But, San Francisco has so many rivalries, and I know theirs against Seattle is pretty intense too. And the thing about the Niners is they seem to have played in a pretty boom or bust fashion over the course of like the Shanahan-McVay era, where when they're good, they're really good. They're Super Bowl good. And when they're bad, they tend to finish fourth and get a last place schedule that they feast off of the following year, which seems to be the case, again here. So in terms of the uniforms and the rivalry, like I think it's a great competitive rivalry in terms of the way that the Seattle-LA games typically impact the fortunes in the division and the consequences in the NFC West. And this game reminds me a lot of what Darnold and the Vikings had last year against the Lions, where the winner of this game is probably going to be the 1 seed and the division champion, and the loser is probably going to be bemoaning the NFL playoff structure as a road favorite on Wild Card Weekend.
He is JB Long, play-by-play voice for the Rams. JB, you're the best. Thanks so much.
Thank you for the invitation, and the rivalry will only grow if we see it a third time, which I think seems like it's going to happen in January. So hope to come on with you again then.
I hope so too. Bye. Before we get to John Boyle, I wanted to see if you guys wanted to answer Paul's last question for JB. I'm not surprised that JB said the 49ers, they've kind of gotten the better of the Rams more often than the Seahawks have. What do you think?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's how that rivalry built with San Francisco back, 10, 12 years ago. We couldn't win down there. Remember that? There was like 4 or 5 years in a row that we got beat down there. So
it didn't matter their record. They could be bad and we still were losing.
Right. So yeah, but now, I mean, it's definitely the Rams. I
feel more excited about a Rams win, or excuse me, a Seahawks win over the Rams.
Yeah. Well, and talking to a couple of the players like Jaron Reed, he had some vitriol for the Rams, and so I love it.
I think for the 12s, I think it's probably the 49ers. And partly it's because their fans are so obnoxious. And I have videos back when we were playing them. And it goes to 2012, 13, 14, when we were playing in a regular season and in the playoffs. And I've got videos where they travel pretty well, and they do travel up here pretty well. And it's kind of hilarious. My son's in the middle of it. Luckily, looks like Thor, and no one messed with him in the middle of it.
Yeah.
But it's great. So the rivalry, 49ers for sure. But I think McVay and Coach McDonald, I forgot to ask JB this, I think that's the rival. Because McVay is one of the greatest coaches in the NFL and offensive mind, and he's a gym rat, right? So is Coach McDonald. And for us to hold them to 12 first downs the last game, I guarantee Coach McDonald and McVay are fired up for this, man.
Yeah.
You're going to get the very best game plans from both of them.
I dig it. John Boyle is going to join us next, and then we're going to share some of our final thoughts.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
Jaron Reed is with us. At this point of your career, when you've got a quick turnaround like this Sunday game, now you guys are playing Thursday night. What have you done differently now to get prepped?
You just, move everything up. If you were to do anything later on in the week, you just move it up. And you have to be on it and sleep as well. Between body preparation and sleep is the main thing going into the Thursday game.
Only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here. For my friends at People Come First or PCF Construction Group, are you tired of just grilling in the cold and rain every winter in the Northwest? Well, with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the wintry months. And I've got a special offer for you right now. Take advantage of off-season savings through December and get up to 20% off your entire project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. Most people don't consider building a deck in winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, then contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming, designing, and approving your project so you're ready to build by the spring. Remember, planning and permits take time, so get started right now. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or call 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, pcfgroup.com.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Okay, only 10 more presents to wrap. You're almost at the finish line. But first... There, the last one. Enjoy a Coca-Cola for a pause that refreshes.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Getting you ready for Thursday night football. John Boyle of Seahawks.com joining us, and then we'll share some of our final thoughts. We'll just do a key to the game at the very end from all three of you. But, John, I'm going to start with a question about Julian Love. I actually asked Paul and Wyman this earlier. Julian Love was not in the first meeting between these two teams. So this is actually a Seahawks defense that's healthier this time around, which is good news considering how well they played against Stafford last time. What does Julian's presence here mean this time around?
I mean, I think it's a big deal, obviously. You got a guy who's a Pro Bowl safety, a leader in this defense, a guy who's, just does a lot of things really well. So, yeah, it's a big deal to have him back. And it's nice for the Seahawks that this won't be his first game back. We saw him in a more limited role 2 weeks ago. He played a lot more in last week's game. I think, if it were up to him, I'm sure he would say he wants to play every down, but they've been kind of being safe and being careful with him. But, yeah, it's a big deal to have him back.
We were just talking about the rivalries and everything. Sorry.
Did you cut me off?
I think stepped right over. Speaking of rivalries.
Yeah, we've been going at it for like 45 years or something like that. But, yeah, I mean, when you talk, obviously he's going to talk about McVay McDonald, that is, and with respect and just that whole rivalry and everything. But what do you hear, and how do you feel like with the fans and all the? I know you have your mailbag and everything.
Yeah.
What's it seems like it's shifting much more towards the Rams.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's natural in these situations, especially for fans. Like, the rival's going to be the biggest threat, so to speak. And I mean, that's kind of gone back and forth between the 49ers and Rams over the years, and the Rams have been the best team in this division. The 49ers have been really good, and the Seahawks have had their years, but in the last really however many years since McVay took over, they've probably been the most consistent threat. So, yeah, the team, they don't get too caught up in that, but for fans, it's fun. And I think for football fans who really like the X's and O's, it's really cool to see McDonald and McVay going against each other because they are two of the brightest minds at what they do.
I really do think that's a rivalry in itself. You know, two young coaches. And I know McVay's been around for about 20 years already, but he's still, I think, in his 30s or maybe early 40s.
Yeah, he's still like one of the younger coaches in the league
39.
in his ninth year.
Yeah.
A heck of a rivalry. We held them to 12 first downs the first game. They win the game, but my guess is McVay is going to want a game plan this one. So my long question to you is, since we've played them, you guys, we could go back to the Washington game. We're on a pretty historic run right now with the Seahawks defense. Going back to the Washington game, you can even go to Houston, Jacksonville. I mean, just the amount of points we're giving up, and some of those points were not because of the defense.
Yeah, turnovers and. Yeah.
But and I go look at the Rams. Rams gave up 34 last week. They lost and gave up 30 something, I think, to Carolina. But it feels like I'm not as confident going into this game against the Rams as I was the first time. Are you, and why is that?
I mean, yeah, I don't, like, I'm not going to say I'm confident, like, oh, yeah, the Seahawks are going to kick their butts, because it's just these are teams that are way too good to predict how it's going to play out. But I go into it confident, like, just liking the Seahawks' chances, because I look at what happened last time where the Seahawks, as you said, they held them to 12 first downs. They held them to, I think it was about 250 yards. It was the second fewest they've had this year. It was probably Stafford's worst game of the year. And they were right in that game, even though they turned the ball over 4 times. They got pinned by one of the greatest punts we will ever see and were probably a 5-yard play away from winning that game. And so to me, that says, like, this defense is so good that if this offense can just, avoid those mistakes, maybe convert once more in the red zone and just not turn it over a bunch, I love this defense's chances against anybody right now.
How healthy, I should have asked you this as the first question, how healthy is this team overall heading into Thursday?
I mean, they seem pretty healthy. The main thing we don't know is Charles Cross. He came out of that game really late in the game. It was actually on the game-winning field goal, just went down awkwardly, kind of slipped into the splits, it looked like, from the video. So he's dealing with a hamstring. Mike McDonald said Monday it's not out of the possibility that he plays, but you never know in these short weeks. It's tough. So we'll see with him. But again, things pop up that we don't always know about. But based off the way it looked coming out of the game, I think just about everyone should be available, with Cross being the one question mark.
I like how Mike used the phrase combo platter to describe his,
the Wednesday, Thursday combo platter.
Yeah. He seems to have it just down. I mean, I feel like he's really, I don't want to say grown into it, but he really knows which way he's going now. And, managing this short week, it's been pretty impressive to watch him.
Yeah. I mean, I think, we could talk a long time about this one. I know we don't have a long time, but that first year for him, there's going to be a ton of learning. Like, you're a young first-time head coach, and I think we saw him grow a lot as a coach throughout last year and from last year into this year, where he's just, you talk to players and they just see, a different kind of leader in terms of, he was always this awesome football mind and really good leader, but in terms of like how he actually just the operations of being a head coach, that's a learning process, and he's doing really well at it.
Going into this game, a lot on Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
Is this game more important for how Sam plays for the 12s or for Sam?
I mean, that's a great question. I don't think, I don't necessarily buy the narrative like, oh, some team's in his head. I think it's just they're a really good defense and they've got the better of him the last 2 matchups. But I would love to see Sam have a good game to just sort of get that narrative away from him. Obviously, for fans, it's going to be a big deal. If he doesn't play as well in this game and they can't win it, then that's going to hang over him until they very likely meet again in the playoffs. I don't think this will be the last time we see these teams play this year. So, I mean, it would be big for Sam to just go out and, play. He doesn't need to go throw for 350 yards and 4 touchdowns. Just like play clean. Let's get rid of the turnovers. And I think if he can do that, they got a great chance on Sunday.
Okay, so last 2.5 minutes here. So we can take our time. You guys can take your time with your answers here. But as a group, going over our final thoughts, I try to keep it simple with key of the game. It lets us cover our bases. I'll start with Wyman. Boyle, you'll go last.
Oh, man.
I'm sorry. Surprise appearance, not Michael Bumpus.
Thought he was on vacation.
Okay, so Wyman, Paul, Boyle, just your central key to this game to make this a Seahawks win this time around.
They're so evenly matched, and even the coaches. I'm going to go to special teams. I got to say, I think they got it right with the thicker kicker. They were having problems early on.
I love that nickname.
Melvis Harrison. Anyway, I mean, he is 100%, 5 for 5 with field goals, and he's hit every extra point. And going into it, it was the first game. It was sketchy with him. The Seahawks have scored 3 times on special teams and blocked punts, blocked field goals, the whole thing. I think it's going to come down to that.
I do not want Myers to win Special Team Player of the Week again. I want touchdowns.
Yeah.
We've had 4 field goals against the Rams last time we played them, 6 last week. Those got to turn into touchdowns. Key of the game to me is you got to take away Kyron Williams. He makes things happen. Puka scares me, but we match up well. And if they don't have Adams, that whole thing is you shut down the running game. It's pretty simple. Force Stafford to beat you. He didn't play well last time we played him. I don't think he's going to have a 350-yard game like he did against Detroit.
Agree. That run game scares me. I don't think they get enough credit for how well they run the ball. You guys left me the easiest one. I mean, I'm taking the turnovers if you're going to leave it. I thought for sure I was going to have to get a little more creative. But, yeah, I mean, look, we've seen it all year. This offense can be as explosive as in the league. Just take care of the football. I don't think defensively they're going to give a lot up because they haven't been all season. And if you can just be clean on offense, to your point also, Paul, like get the red zone going because they've struggled there in the last few games. But, yeah, if they take care of the football, I love the Seahawks' chances.
I'm going to say just spreading the love a little bit. I love the JSN show, but I don't want it to be the JSN show. I think that the more targets you end up finding for Darnold, then the better this game. I was thinking of our conversations about just kind of like guys finding themselves open, and I think that's when an offense feels especially deadly.
Been a big part.
Yeah, I'd love to see 3 passing touchdowns from Darnold to 3 different names, and I think that feels pretty good. All right, Paul on the pre and post game on Thursday. Wyman on the call with Raible. Make sure you are going to Seahawks.com to check out John Boyle's excellent work afterwards. I'm Stacy Ross. This has been The Huddle.
The one and only Mark Schlereth with Wyman and Bob.
The offense made you feel kind of uneasy. 6 field goals. They could not get the ball in the end zone.
I think there's a lot to be said for finding ways to win. I think there's a lot to be said for when you don't have your best stuff, manufacturing yardage. Sometimes when the coaching staff puts a game plan together, it's not necessarily about scoring 50. It's about how do we win this game.
On Seattle Sports, on YouTube, and the Seattle Sports app.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
The Okie Golf Platinum Players Card is $50 off with the Friends and Family Holiday Discount. The best value in golf. Get 7 prepaid rounds, 7 50% off guest passes, and unlimited discounted green fees at every public Okie golf course. Play favorites like the Golf Club at Newcastle, Washington National, and Harbor Point. This is the only time you'll see a deal like this. So whether you're gifting it or grabbing it for yourself, don't miss your chance. Visit okiegolf.com and save $50 before December 31st.
Hey, it's Bob Staton here, and if you have joint pain, this will be of interest to you. This Wednesday night at 6 p.m., Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, is having a free live webinar to talk about stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
What joints have you seen good success with?
Shoulders, elbows, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Learn more about stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, one of the most experienced in the country with over 20,000 stem cell procedures. Go pain-free in 2026. Join his free live stem cell webinar this Wednesday night at 6 p.m. Register at drmarkwagnermd.com. drmarkwagnermd.com.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Winter's here, Seattle. Is your roof ready? Get $500 off by scheduling your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com. Let us make your roofing project easy this winter. Our certified crews deliver worry-free installations backed by industry-leading warranties, even in the rainy season. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Seahawks getting set to take on the L.A. Rams, and there's still a curiosity about what's going to be happening at the wide receiver spot. The Rams have not ruled out Davante Adams for Thursday night's matchup, despite his hamstring injury.
He will not practice today after aggravating that hamstring in the Rams' win over the Detroit Lions. Rams coach Sean McVay said Adams, quote, was optimistic about the injury, but cast doubt on whether the receiver would be able to play on a short week.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Got a big show coming your way. Safety Julian Love will be joining us here at about 2:15. Bob Condota, the Seattle Times, will be with us at 3 p.m. We've got our guy El Hombre, Michael Bradley, at 5 p.m. And joining us here in person. How about this? A rare treat. Usually on the phone. He's a man of experience, Dave. The great Paul Moyer is with us. How are you, man?
Thanks for letting me stick around. It's a big week. You know, you bring in the heavy hitters for this kind of week.
That's right.
You know, you got Julian Love coming up. We had a couple people on the huddle. It was great. Rylie Mills.
I heard some. Nice job with the interview, man.
Thank
that sounded. He was interesting.
Yeah, I'm excited just because I think he is going to be